The serenity when Kenyatta died was different from now.
Yeah.
Because one, people did not believe that Kenyatta would die. So it was a shock.
Sorry, I mean, it's good to explain what is that. That is the toll station. It used to be called the toll station area because I come from those sides. You know, when I was growing up and we used to come to the city, you'd stop there, you pay for entering the city, and we used to pay 10 shillings back then, which was a lot of money.
Yes.
Was it 10 shillings or 1 shilling? No. I mean, I used to see people giving 10 shillings. I can't remember whether they used to get any change for that, but that was a toll station, a concept that is no longer with us, but Parliament is now to bring back that whole concept. Look at those bumps as you were talking about. And of course a zebra crossing, my goodness. Why would you have a zebra crossing on a national highway?
It shouldn't be there, as engineers say.
It should have been there.
It should be there.
Okay, all right, take us back to 1978.
So 78, it was different, and people did not believe that. You remember, maybe you have read, when the then Attorney General, Charles Jonjo, had said that anybody who can even imagine that Kenyatta can die is treason. So nobody would talk about Jomo Kenyatta dying. So when it finally happened, it was a shock.
Yeah.
And because of the way KBC used to work, when it was now being announced, music is the one that came, and then you start wondering, why is KBC playing this music continuously?
Back then it was VOK. Voice of Kenya.
Voice of Kenya, VOK, until it was announced, and people were in shock.
Yeah.
And people stopped working. I remember people just went home. People would not talk to anybody. They just kept quiet.
The whole country was in shock.
The whole country was in shock. What is all the mentioning is the transition, very peaceful, and there was no issue of even the military thinking that they can take over because Kenyatta has died. So that transition, as the professor is saying, has gone on very well with us. There were those few instances where 1971, where there was some rumor that there was attempted coup, then came later 82. But you can see, you can say our
that was 4 years later.
Yeah, our defense forces, they have behaved very well. They have behaved in a very professional way. They have not been greedy to take over power, and they have allowed civilian government to continue. And the institutions that are led by the government and safeguarded are the ones which give satisfaction to the people. So the armed forces being satisfied with the role they are playing, and the president being able to inculcate the value of professionals in the armed forces, would make them content, and they are not greedy for power.
Yeah.
So we have gone that far. We have come this far. And you can see the honor that the defense force is giving our lead president. Very articulate, very committed, with a lot of honor and humility. It means that as their commander-in-chief, they valued his contribution, they valued what he did for them, and how he took care of them, that all of them were satisfied. The other issue is institutions should take care of succession. If succession is done properly within the forces, and there is no witch hunting, seniority takes place, then nobody gets frustrated. You are not a brigadier and somebody comes from captain and becomes your boss. So that seniority is the one that gives job satisfaction, that yes, the person who has been promoted is better than me, or deserves that promotion. So everybody becomes satisfied. So we have come very far from that time. And those who were there when Jomo Kenyatta died, if you compare the funeral service for Jomo Kenyatta and the one that is happening for Mwai Kibaki, they are more or less about the same.
More or less about the same. In terms of?
in terms of organization, the defense forces taking control of everything, and you find that the respect that was accorded to President Mwai Kibaki by the defense forces is shown by the way they are treating him and this function. So I think Kibaki, as president and commander-in-chief, is something that everybody is proud of. I mean, you see, to us, this is what we would say. Nikama ndrama, nikama video, right? Because me and Victor, were you there back then? Of course you were not. You don't.
1978.
1978, were you there?
Only the prof and the engineer were there. That's why they're able to give us a story. Prof, just to ask you, perhaps somebody would argue that, Kenyans should wait for a longer period of time before we would start feeling the real effect of President Mwai Kibaki's hand in government, probably in 50 years to come?
I think you're absolutely right, because the impact of his work in economic planning is one that had a long-term perspective. We had Kenya Vision 2030, and he urged us, as soon as economic recovery was underway, planning ministry then under Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, you've done 3 years of recovery. Give me a perspective of our country for 2030.
Yes.
He always was very forward-looking in economic planning. Right from the beginning, he and Tumboya captained our development plans right after independence. His perspective was always of a united Kenya on a long-term perspective, and you could see our population was going to grow.
Yes.
We needed employment, we needed jobs, industrialization was important, and that's why you see something we haven't talked about a lot, Dongo Kundu, the bypass
in Mombasa,
Bazaras down to the south coast, and a duty-free manufacturing city at Dongo Kundu. All these were part of what was going to absorb into employment our young people. Konza City. And incidentally, let me say, because you talked about this highway, the toll road, the Nairobi toll road, from Machakos town of Tulimuru, which engineer is talking about, it was supposed to link with Thika Superhighway at the same time. The World Bank was supposed to provide us funding for that, for this. At that time, like you're talking about 206, 205.
That was 206.
They dropped the ball. They let us down. On the last minute, Engineer Michael Kamau was PS
for roads.
I remember very well. They said we're not going to do it because the contractor, who was Austrian, Strabag, have been associated with corruption in Russia. What did we have to do with Russia or Austria or Strabag? That is what delayed this construction. They were supposed to meet here where we are now as early as maybe 10, 15 years ago. So that then we have this east-west connection to the north-south.
So whatever we're seeing right now, the double-decker road along Uhuru Highway is a continuation of Thika Highway?
Yeah, they're supposed to blend so that you're coming from this direction to this direction. You don't have to go downtown and cause congestion.
Right. I mean, it was such a lot of people say that, the decision by the World Bank, was politically motivated because, Strabag was blacklisted, by World Bank, but that was in Russia, as you were saying. But this was a project that was taking place, thousands and thousands of miles away. I mean, so when the World Bank dropped the news that we are not going to fund this project, so how was that a setback, to President Kibaki's plans?
I can comment on that because I was there. That's the time you were having that concept. And, correction. By then, Engineer Kamau was not the PS. Engineer Kamau became PS later on, 2008. Now, when the...
Ikiara was the PS? Or who was the PS?
There was, first of all, there was Ikiara, there was Nani, Mongera, and then Ambassador Muhammad.
Erastus Mongera.
Yeah, so Kamau took over from Ambassador Muhammad.
Oh, that's right.
When Ambassador went to contest, that was 2008. Now, When our engineers, as I said, our engineers started working 203. And Kibaki said these are the issues that the engineers should work on. The expressway, it was not, the way it is designed now is not how it was designed. By then it was a concept to be undertaken by the World Bank, the expressway and the southern bypass. The two of them were supposed to be the same. It was not. It was starting from Cabanas, just after airport, there around the airport. It was not extending beyond the airport. Then it was to come and take traffic was to bypass, to come through southern bypass, and the other one expressway up to just past the Westlands. Now, when the expression of interest was fruited and Strabag became the winner, then they were blacklisted as by World Bank. So World Bank said no. So there was that long gap of financing now, because World Bank said they are not going to finance. And then what happened is quickly we said that southern bypass had to be done, even without the expressway, because now Uhuru Highway was getting very congested. So that's how the Chinese funded the southern bypass. The southern bypass, the way it is not the way we had conceptualized it that time. It was supposed to be. It was not supposed to be dual carriageway.
Oh,
it was not. Even the planning with the World Bank, it was not dual carriageway.
It was a single lane.
It was single lane. Even the expressway, it was just 2 lanes, not the way it is now. It's expanded now.
It's much bigger than it was.
Much bigger. And the budget then, I can convenience, it was about 2 billion.
2 billion shillings.
Yeah, it was a lot of money.
Back then, of course.
Back then, there was a lot of money.
But you know, factor in inflation and all that. So today would be about 18 billion shillings?
Yeah, you know, with now, as Professor has said, with now the Chinese coming and giving all the money and, you know, and the design and whatever, we are not in control.
They are the ones in control.
So if you asked me, the express...
Just a minute. Victor, do you want to comment about where the entourage is now at this point? Because I can see that is Blue Post.
Yes.
That's where, actually, that's where the Thika Superhighway ends from there. This is now, what do you call this, by the way? This is, what do you call this? This is Nyeri Highway, or what, I have never understood what you call this. Is this Nyeri Highway now? Because this is next to Del Monte now, right?
Right.
Does it have a name?
This Del Monte. They're doing pretty well. 45 minutes there. 7:45. They've done. Actually, they are just after Thika, slightly after Thika town.
Yeah.
And they're doing pretty well in terms of the speed and what have you. Now look at the Wananchi. People have now come out. Actually, it's like people are now realizing that, oh, there's something happening out here, so they're coming out.
Yeah.
You know, and being a Saturday, that is Blue Post. You're right, where the Thika Superhighway ended or started coming towards this side of Nairobi. They're doing a good job so far. And
no, actually, it's good to confirm that now they have entered Murang'a County.
Murang'a County.
This is Murang'a County now.
Right.
Because on your left, that is where you're having the expansive Del Monte pineapple farms.
Yeah.
And so I think in the next 10 minutes or so, they should be now at Keno, where I think I'm not very sure whether they are going to go straight or they're going to turn off to that Murang'a town. Do you think, how are they likely to go? Do you have any idea?
No, they have taken care. I cannot say for sure. So the construction being done from Keno to Marwa. Depending on the status, they might pass there because it is faster than Keno Murang'a Road. and then they pass through there in Sagana. Most likely they are going to use that road.
They are going to use that.
Yeah,
Yes,
most likely.
that is under construction.
Yes,
So let's
because,
listen.
because the speed, you know, the Keno Moranga is a bit narrower.
Yeah.
And there is no
Yeah.
much maneuverability of the traffic. Because now if they pass through Keno Marwa Road, all they need, construction will have to stop.
Yeah.
And then most
they like you to slow
most
down.
of the road construction is finished. They only see some small areas where they have not connected. So it will be faster. But you will see on the screen.
I mean, it's going to be confirmed. What you're saying is going to be confirmed.
Yes.
But I think let's now listening to some choir music, as you know, you know, from Othaya, where the choir is on standby with some very nice music. Because I can see we also need to take you know, a cup of tea. Yeah? We've been here for quite some time.
Thank you very much to KBC.
Victor, that's
All right. Yes, sure.
Yeah.
The sun is out, so let's also have some cup of tea as we
Absolutely.
get
And
some,
it's out quite
some music
early,
from,
because it's
from
not yet 8.
Right.
Eh?
So the weather will be nice, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday the weather was
Nice and beautiful.
It's all of a sudden the rain didn't rain.
Yeah.
Well, somehow,
For
yeah.
the last few days, it's been crazy cold in Nairobi.
Chekwati iko sawa. Iko sawa. Check iko sawa sasa. Check 1 2. Inua kidogo tu. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hapo iko sawa. 1, 2, yeah.
121212. This is where the funeral service for the late.
Unamwekea mic wapi?
Sound check.
Sonane, bandalini,
songa bro.
be on standby. Well, we continue to give you the unrivaled coverage of President Kibaki, the late, last lap of honor. And as you can see now, the procession has stopped. We are not very sure what is exactly happening, but that's about 15 minutes before they get to Karatina town. But I can see the military outriders are now back on their Piki'S, and I think now the journey has started again. So you would expect them to get to Karatina town in about 15 minutes from now, because they're going through this small town called Kangosho, which is about 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers to Karatina town. And I think from Karatina, probably maybe they were consulting maybe which route to take, because I know, Karatina town, there has been a lot of construction around that town, and there you'd expect probably maybe to see a lot of distractions because today is a market day in Karatina town, and so you would expect a lot of people in that town. And bearing in mind that the road is still under construction in that area, then it calls for serious rethinking and serious planning. So I think those are some of the issues probably maybe they were consulting about. But as you can see, I was just talking to my colleague here, Victor, and time now is almost coming to 9 o'clock, and bearing in mind that they left Lee Funeral Home at exactly 2 hours ago, that was 7 o'clock, and now they're in Karatina. Karatina is about, is it 80 kilometers?
Thereabout, and compared to, if you look at the speed they're doing, it's relatively a good speed, considering that this is a convoy, and you don't need to go at a speed of 120 or 110, and the road is still under construction. You can even see the way that house is maneuvering its way, Perhaps, engineer, these ought to have been sorted out well in advance. Some of these speed bumps would have been removed for the sake of this exercise, probably, right? What do you think, engineer?
The house, the Jaguar.
Yeah, that's a Jaguar.
There's a problem going over the bumps.
Right.
It is very low.
The clearance is very low.
But as you can see, the Jaguar's clearance is also very, very low, yeah? Which means it was not meant for this kind of bumps.
You can see now is the one which is having problem maneuvering the bump. And I think where back there, it must have hit the bump, and then it was hit
undercarriage.
The undercarriage. So that's why they slowed down. Some of these bumps, they are not standard. The time you wanted to have all bumps standardized with a proper design, but now people, it doesn't work, because people just go and put bumps. They just call a contractor
without a standard.
Without standard, they want to make a bump. So you find some are very, very high, but
you've talked about this, the standard and the height of a bump. How should it be now that you're here?
Friendly.
Right.
If it is going to be there, it has to be a friendly bump. To slow you, but not to stop you.
To slow you, but not to stop you.
Yeah, because if a bump is going to stop...
Look at that. I mean, it has stopped again, eh?
Yeah, because the bumps, those bumps are...
Oh dear.
And it's sad.
They are very big.
It's very sad.
You see, when a bump is big to make that you are stopping, it is equivalent to a pothole. You are complaining about a pothole because it is stopping you. A bump which is very high, it stops you. A bump is not supposed to stop, it's supposed to slow you, reduce your speed. And a friendly bump...
That's why it's called a speed bump.
Just to check your speed. A friendly bump, you can even go over it, even when you are driving at 30 kilometers per hour. But you have to slow. Now you find in most areas, because they are having rubber strips before they get to the bump. So even worse, it is even worse. Rubber strip and even those big bumps. So the Jaguar, which is carrying the body, you can see there is another bump there. You can look at it.
Look at the way it's
yeah.
Oh, Lord.
It cannot go straight. It has got to maneuver sideways.
I mean, and when you look at the clearing of that Jaguar, plus the fact that it's carrying a heavy casket, and then you have a number of people. I don't know how many people are riding in that Jaguar. Probably maybe 2. I don't know. So it tells you that even the load is also expected to be heavy.
Yes.
What more do we know about Victor? I know you're more into vehicles and so much. But do you want to tell us more about that Jaguar?
Well, it's a special one for that matter, and it's for, we only have another one at the Lee Funeral Home, but the fact that this is a military event, the information we have at this one is also under the military. So they had to bring it for the purposes of this event, and it's a turbo supercharge, a stretch Jaguar converted into a hearse. And you see this one is a 4-seater, because you have got a driver, co-driver, and either family members at the back, just 2, and that should be it. And then the remaining bit at the back is where the casket is. In terms of engine capacity, probably it's been enhanced because of the extra weight added and the carrying capacity now, but it should be a 2,500 cc's turbo supercharge kind of a vehicle. But then depends with the specification and what you need to do with it. But the normal standard should be 2,500 cc and thereabout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, because we have the program already here. Maybe I can take people through what is expected. Of course, the procession has left Lee Funeral Home. It did this 7 in the morning exactly, and they took they're on the way to Othaya, and they're almost now approaching Karatina town. So it is expected that, according to the program, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., there will be a funeral mass, and, there will be beginning of mass and blessings of the body. There will be the entry procession. There will be the Bible procession, fast reading, responsorio, psalms, up to around 3 p.m. And now between the hours of 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., the interment ceremony is expected to take with the final rites at the graveside. The state funeral procession, military honors, the 19-gun salute that Victor was talking about, the committal prayer, the interment, musical tribute, floral tribute, and President Othaya's home. That is the program. So it is expected to go the program is expected to go all the way up to 4 p.m. And some of the music that you expect to hear that are lined up during the ceremony is, one of them is Great is Thy Faithfulness. It is well with my soul because He lives. Blessed assurance. What a friend we have in Jesus. All to Jesus I surrender. You raise me up, and my hope is built on nothing less. Quite such a beautiful song there. I like it actually. And Bwana Mungu Nashangaa Kabisa. That one is new to me. Then there's also another one that we all know here. Chakutumaini Sina. Ila damu yake Bwana. That's another song that is expected to be recited during the burial ceremony. And the Catholic Church, bearing in mind that President Mwai Kibaki was a staunch Catholic member, is going to lead these mass. So that is according to this program. And we've been here, and of course, with Professor Michael Chege, who was President Kenyatta's economic and policy advisor.
President Kibaki'S.
I mean, President Kibaki. Oh, Lord, I keep on confusing. Excuse me. President Kibaki is an economic and policy advisor. And, of course, Joshua Toro, who was the Assistant Minister for Roads, Public Works and Housing under the late President Kibaki's tenure. And we've been having this conversation here, and, of course, with my colleague, Victor, trying to relive the memories of Mwai Kibaki. And we've touched on a number of things, from infrastructure and the significance of using the road transport, to take him all the way to Othaya. And it is coming out clearly that because President Kibaki was very much interested in infrastructure development, it was proper, to showcase some of his projects that are going to outlive him, definitely. And one of them we were talking about is the Thika superhighway, which was actually his brainchild. And now they're going through the Kenol Marua Highway, which is currently under construction, and that's why you're seeing the Jaguar car is having a little bit of challenge, maneuvering over those bumps. But at this juncture, I would want to bring in Engineer Toro and find out, was the Keno Marua Highway, part of President Kibaki's plan?
Yes. It started when he took over. As I said before, his vision was to connect the northern grid road all the way to Nyeri. And to do that, you had to start from Thika superhighway, then you go to Keno, Marua, then all the way to Nanyuki. So the conception and the design for the road from Keno to Marua was done a long time before Kibaki left office in 2013. And it was to be funded by African Development Bank. And it was designed by our engineers by then. But the money from African Development Bank was not forthcoming because they had to fund the superhighway first. And the superhighway had to finish before they tackled the Keno Marua Road. So the slowness that came about is because the funding was not available then. And also the way President Kibaki worked was very systematic, and the planner is here, Professor as a planner. He knows very well what Kibaki wanted done. And the first 5 years, if people can remember very well, by the time we came to 2007, he was telling Kenyans that we are funding everything 95%. We are borrowing 5%. So it was Kibaki's idea that even infrastructure, we should be able to fund internally. So after the superhighway, the Keno Marua Road was also to be funded internally. And funding internally also, the concept of borrowing. Whenever Kibaki borrowed money from World Bank or ADB, he knew exactly how that money is going to be paid.
There was a repayment plan in place.
There was a repayment plan. And if that repayment plan was going to be abandoned to Kenyans, he would delay the implementation of certain projects.
Just hold your thoughts there, because we should be coming back now. We just want to cross over to Othaya approved school, where our reporter John Jacob Curie has been camping the whole night, trying to keep an eye on what is happening. And now we want to cross over to him so that he can give us a brief of what is happening now that the casket is less than 1 hour from where they are. Curie, if you can hear me, what the latest do you have from Othaya approved school?
Thank you, O'Brien. We live from the approved school grounds in Othaya, and of course, the members of the public continue to trickle in, as well as dignitaries who are attending this burial ceremony of the late president, Mwai Kibaki. We've seen quite a number of them who are making their way inside the tent, of course, as we await the arrival of the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. And we'll be talking to a few of them, but just to let you know that we are on standby as we await the body of the late president. Now, the celebrant of the mass is the Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Nyeri, Archbishop Anthony Muheria, who is already here, and a pack of senior government officials ahead of the arrival also of President Uhuru Kenyatta and other senior government officials. Probably from what you can see behind me is the entrance of the approved school grounds, obviously, where dignitaries will be coming through as they head towards the tent. The mass is scheduled to begin at around 10, led by Archbishop Anthony Muheria and Catholic priests. But remember, this is also interdenominational, so we've seen quite a number of religious leadership from other denominations, obviously also coming in here to eulogize a man who has been described as a gentle giant and probably a gentleman in politics. We'll be trying to grab a few interviews here and there, obviously, to talk to some of the dignitaries making their way here. But let me just hand it back to you a bit, O'Brien Kimani, so we can be able to grab a few people, then get back to you.
Well, that is inside the dais where, the dome where the burial ceremony is expected to take place. You can actually see a few people there who, if my eyes serve me right, I can see that was the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Kenneth Marende there. But we're back on the board. The Jaguar is still having challenges, maneuvering over those big bumps, bearing in mind that this road is still under construction. We are still with a team of people who served under Kibaki'S government. They continue to give us some soft bits about what they know about this man and how they interacted with him. And we're also in the company of our very own Victor in the studio, who we've been with. And actually, we've been here since 5 in the morning. And so that we ensure that we give you the best coverage. And so far, this is nothing else like it. I mean, it's this world-class coverage here. So we told you that the procession is approaching Karatina town, where now they still head to Maroa, where the road terminates, and then from there they will take a left turn to Othaya, and we expect them to be there in the next 50 or so minutes, depending on how the road is likely to be. But of course, we do not expect to see interruptions along the highway, especially after they make the turn off to Nyeri town, because there's no construction there. The only challenge that you're having here is because the canal to Maroa Road is under construction, and this is what we were discussing here with Joshua Toro, engineer, who was a former assistant minister in Kibaki'S government. So Joshua, coming back to you, you were giving us an idea of how the whole road was conceptualized, and now that is currently undergoing. Was it the same design that, as government you envisioned, or maybe there has been alterations along the process?
Yes, the designs is updated continuously. So the concept and design at that time, by the time it came to be constructed, there was a review, design review. So the original concept, although it was to be dual carriageway, the way it is, but then what changes come because of compensation of land. Sometimes you find there is heavier compensation, and then you redesign to reduce the cost. Sometimes you cannot avoid compensation. Some of it is very expensive. And from that time up to the time it started being constructed, before the valuation was done for compensation, people kept on improving their land and putting buildings. So as years went by, the value of compensation also went up. As I was saying, Kibaki looked at the borrowing, capacity to pay, and the implementation of the project. So the concept from Keno to Marwa to Nanyuki, then come to Isiolo extending to Masabit, Merile, then going to the border with Ethiopia. All that concept was what Kibaki had, and it was designed and kept to be implemented as funds were available. Because as far as Kibaki was concerned, until the road goes all the way to Mwai, Kenya has not been opened up. Because that area from Isiolo going to Masabit to Mwai, it was, I say, radrocked. You talk to the people who used to go to Mwai, they use lorries, they will spend about even a week traveling.
Because today, the road was in poor
buses
condition.
Never used to go there, and then there was insecurity because the road was
look
bad.
At this, Professor, engineer, first of all. I think now they have entered Nyeri town. Not Nyeri, but Karatina. Is that Karatina town?
I think this is Karatina.
Yeah, and oh my, look at the number of people there who are out these early morning just to bid their son Kwaheri. And the outriders are being forced now to slow down. Yeah, these are military outriders. And this is inside the tent where the ceremony will take place. There's a little bit of consultation there because in an event like this, you need people to be at the right place at the right time. So this is Karatina town. Can we confirm that?
Let's see.
Professor, are your eyes strong enough to see?
We have to identify a building so that you say this building is in Karatina.
Because there's a lot of construction around this
Victor,
road.
you're still very young, so I would expect your eyes to be very strong. Can you guide us on these?
But it's growing so fast.
So
that's a challenge.
You have to identify a building.
This must be up towards Karatina town.
Towards, but not Karatina town,
Yes. Again.
Okay.
Yes. This is Karatina town.
This is Karatina town,
Karatina town.
So my eyesight is not failing me.
No. You're right. So
Let's
from
see.
here, I think to Othaya should be around 40 minutes or so.
It's about 40 minutes,
Yeah.
This is, I'm yet to identify anything.
We have to cross the railway. There's a railway crossing.
Yeah, and there's a market. There's a famous market that used to be around there.
So I'm trying to see whether they have crossed that railway line.
I'm yet to see that as well. So I could be wrong.
No, this is not Karatina.
But it is...
They have not entered Karatina yet.
It is not yet Karatina town,
Yeah.
But it is within the vicinities of Karatina town? I don't know. I'm not very conversant with that region, but I would spot Karatina if I see one, because of course there is that huge Chaka market that actually was also a brainchild of President Mwai Kibaki.
Exactly.
And you want to talk about that?
It used to be the largest open-air market in sub-Saharan Africa at one point.
Second to Kano, I think.
Second to Kano, one of those. Yes. Open air market. And a lot of vegetable produce coming to Nairobi used to originate from there. And he was concerned about the promises which had been made to people in Madira region.
Well, let me confirm this. There's a colleague of mine, Wahome, he's telling me that this is towards Kibirigwi or Kifirigwi. And this place is called Kangosho Hill.
Exactly.
Town, eh? Thank you, Wahome, for the props. And I mean, you've saved us from the challenges we are going through here.
Mental torture.
He knows the place very well.
And so the promises had been made. My very good friend, the late governor of Nyeri, Wahome Gakuru, who worked with me on Vision 2030. He revived it and was very vigorous in demanding that it be planned and acted on. And I think the president was already aware that there was a need for this. He knows the area very well. So it got built. There are problems operating it, which I've heard about, managing it and all of that. But the fact is that there is now a modern market in Karatina. And the railway is back in operation as well.
And the market is also huge, eh?
It's still a huge market as far as produce is concerned, but other products are also coming in as well.
Also tell us, I mean, you are a member of the National Economic and Social Council, the NESC, which was very critical during Kibaki'S time in giving the country economic as well as a social direction. Can you tell us something small about that as well?
I think the president, as soon as he came in, was very interested in getting the best policy advice possible in transforming the country towards what he thought would be the country that we all desired at Independence Vision 2030. And he collected the best brains he could in the country, in the region, but also internationally, looking at what had happened in Korea, as well as the newly industrializing Asian countries like Malaysia, which became a model, and Singapore. He brought in some of the best people who had worked with the presidents of those countries in their formative period. And they were extremely useful to us. We brought in experts from Britain as well. Linda Choka, who was Minister for Overseas Development at one point, a very good friend of our country, and was at that time working with one of the multinationals, came to be part of the NESC. A lot of top business people in the country were also part of the NESC, as well as leaders in thinking, economists, as well as professionals, engineers, and who were involved in those. He wanted them to fill in the details. He had the vision, the details of how we get there step by step. And he chaired it, listened, read all the reports very carefully, asked all the tough questions. And this was good way of policy making, because once you have recommendations at that level, with that kind of expertise, you flesh them out before they come to cabinet as papers and as proposals with his support.
Very good. I'll be coming back to you to find out what happened to NESC and whether now it is still happening. But we want to go to Othaya approved school, where now we want to get an update from John Jacob Kuria, who has been camping there since Friday, actually. And so, John Jacob Kuria, can you hear me? And what else do you want us to know at this point?
Thanks to Brian. We're still at the Othaya approved school grounds as we continue to await the arrival of the body of the late president, Mwai Kibaki. And right now I'm joined by the Maendeleo Wanawake president, who will, tell us about how she remembers President Mwai Kibaki. Thanks very much. Probably start by, if you were to shape or you were to talk about President Mwai Kibaki's legacy, what would you say is his legacy?
I'll start by saying, first of all, kwa niaba ya Maendeleo ya Wanawake, tuko hapa leo kufanya wa final respect to President Kibaki na kwa familia yake. Mwenyezi Mungu awapatie nguvu. What would I say about President Kibaki? He was our third president. All the Kenyan presidents performed very well. Founding father gave us a country. Second president yakaendelea pali alipata kazi. Third president naye akaleta yake. Having started at an early age, of course, he was in Kenya from the beginning. He was younger, and he was able to do very clear issues, sacrifice. We have been told the history, we don't have to go there. But I think for me today, it is to ask ourselves, are we able as a nation to carry the sacrifice President Kibaki has shown us, that you can sacrifice? I want to say what His Excellency said, and we are echoing that you can be a vice president for 11 years, and then you go down to be a minister of health with grace. That if we are Christians, is something we need to respect and follow. His hard work. We are not seeing any business here of working smart. There's a lot of working smart in the country, especially to you young people. We are seeing a journey of hard work. We are seeing a journey of sacrifice where you are in Makerere, and instead of going to pick a big job in World Bank, those days of McNamara, those of us who remember that in the 70s, you come home to build your country. Sasa hii nchi tumejengewa. Rais Kenyatta naye akaja akafanya yake mingi, tumeona mabarabara tukinja, we keep on saying infrastructure. He doesn't thump his chest, but we don't want to appreciate that. Time will tell. Let me leave that one there. But just say, the highway. I use it on my way home every weekend myself to Yatta. That is my highway. He worked with other people also. He wasn't alone. He had a good team. So whenever you work with a team, tungeomba timu zote zikiingia hata ile serikali itakuja washike mkono kiongozi, kwa sababu you will deliver because of the team you have. Whether you are the deputy president, you are ministers, you are PSs, itakuwa ni mzuri sana kushika kiongozi na kusaidia to deliver. So President Kibaki, economy, agriculture, education. And for the girl child, the first thing he gave was a free sanitary pads when Charity was Minister of Health, Charity Ngilu. So without saying very many things, because they have been said, life of sacrifice, I think, is what we need to take home. Economy, saving money, taking care of money, investment, and building this country for the future. Kenya is not finishing in 2022. We shall all leave Kenya going on. So for you young people, sacrifice, and for the new leaders, it's an election time, sacrifice for the nation, not sacrifice for self. So we say fare thee well, President Kibaki. With me as the Katibu wa Chama, Elizabeth Mayeka.
All right.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mama. Asante sana. Let me talk to the celebrant of a mass today, Archbishop Anthony Muheria. Thank you very much, Archbishop, for joining us. How far is the program so far?
Well, thank you very much. We want to welcome all Kenyans today in this final send-off of our beloved President Mwai Kibaki. We want to ask all Kenyans to join us in prayer, wherever you are, whatever faith. Let us pray for this great man who has done us great service. So the body is on the road, and we should be expecting the arrival of the body here within the next 20 or so minutes. And we will then proceed to have the mass. Today there will not be a lot of the military drills that we saw yesterday in the state funerals, but still the military was to be taking charge. After that, we will start the mass, we'll have the mass, and as we did yesterday at the request of the family, we will only have the mass, a few tributes, and then we'll go and inter Mzee in his final resting place. He gives us a great example, and even today, with a very simple funeral, a very simple burial, I pray that Kenyans learn that it is not the power, that is not the trying to show with the opulence and might that makes a great man. He's a simple man and has wanted to be buried simply.
Yesterday, there were people who appeared to have a problem with your warning that there should be no politics in the funeral. I'm sure probably even today you will stick to your guns that there will be no politics in the burial.
Yeah, that is a desire of the family. That is also a desire as church. I don't think there is any fear or threat. I think they are very welcoming. Our leaders, when they are approached with respect, always listen. It is when we don't show respect, when then we enter in confrontation. We respect them fully. All the leaders will be here, but I think it's also fair that we also respect the function and the wish of the family. And I think we don't foresee any trouble today either. We pray that all of us will be satisfied by being present and praying for this, our dear elder, statesman, and father and mentor to very many. Thank you very much.
Yesterday there was an issue at the dais, and you handled it with a lot of grace. How did you do that?
I think to be honest, it's what occurred to me at the moment. The Holy Spirit inspires us in moments, but I think much has been said about it. I think it should be the normal thing for all of us. When you have a young man who is a bit maybe deranged, maybe emotionally affected, I think we have to take people as they are, wherever we are. And even if we're in a serious occasion, just have a moment for those who are perhaps less privileged or who are in difficulty. But I don't want to put it like a special thing. I think this is what, let's call it, is a Christian, and it should be even the Kenyan thing. So let's not overhype it. It's just a gesture. Yes.
Thank you very much, Archbishop. Asante sana. Archbishop Anthony Muheria. That incident yesterday, he handled it with a lot of grace, and he insists that's how Kenyans ought to treat each other. We continue to await the arrival of the body of the late president, but of course you can hear from the sky, sounds from the sky to be there are people coming in through the sky as they land in Othaya to bury a man who has been described as a gentle giant. President Uhuru Kenyatta, in mourning President Kibaki yesterday, he said that he wanted to describe President Kibaki in three ways. President Kibaki the man, Kibaki the leader, and Kibaki the visionary. And that is who President Mwai Kibaki was, a leader, a man, because he stood for family values, and also a visionary, owing to the fact that, you know, the placement of the Republic of Kenya in terms of infrastructural development, as well as the education sector, in terms of improving access to education through free primary education. And that is part of his biggest legacy. Thika Road, that entire stretch from Museum Hill to Keno, constructed under his watch and part of his legacy. And today, using that road for the very last time, this giant uses that road for the very last time as he comes to Othaya. And the residents of Othaya are out in their numbers to mourn this man. They called their member of parliament, they called Mheshimiwa, they called their father. They are out here to mourn that man, and they have come in their numbers. And probably as you monitor from your screen the convoy, you will notice there are numbers of people who have come out again in their numbers from the roads to at least say goodbye to the third president of the Republic of Kenya, a man you would say has set himself apart as a great man, and a man who was able to achieve much in terms of putting Kenya at par and restoring Kenya's image in the globe or in the community of nations. And that is who President Mwai Kibaki is. And obviously, at some point, we saw some of the retired CDS, or the Chief of Defense Forces. Then they used to be called Chief of General Staff, or CGS. Those who served under President Mwai Kibaki will also be making their way here. Some of them have already done that. And you can tell it will be a colorful ceremony. But as you have heard Bishop Muheria say, there will be not much of, you know, the military operations that we saw in Nyayo, or the honors from the military like we saw in Nyayo yesterday, but there will still be the power bearers, and we'll still be handling a lot of protocol here. But mostly today is the church, or is dedicated to church. We'll still continue grabbing a few interviews here and there and coming to you, O'Brien, but for now let me hand the broadcast back to you as we continue to await the arrival of the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki.
Well, thank you, John Jacob Kuria there, talking to various people from Karatina Approved School, where the public mass is expected to take place, and actually talking there to Muheria and about what kind of a program we expect to see from that place. And of course, yes, Bishop Muheria has just cleared the air that we do not expect to see a lot of military interactions there. It's going purely to be a church affair, giving the locals there an opportunity to mourn and, of course, see their son. So now it's clear that the procession is now almost getting to Karatina town, because this is that tough hill before you get to Karatina town. And from Karatina town is about 31 kilometers to Othaya Approved School. So you can see plus or minus by around 10 you would expect to see the body and this team, getting to Othaya, approved school, where the mass is expected to start, and it will go all the way up to 3 p.m. and then thereafter from 3 to 4 the interment of the body is expected to take place. So plus or minus 4 p.m. you expect this ceremony to come to a close. We are back in studio here with my team. Professor Mwai Kochege, a former advisor on economic as well as policy issues to President Mwai Kibaki, and Engineer Joshua Tora, former Assistant Minister for Roads, Public Works as well as Housing, giving us a brief history of the man who the nation is bidding farewell today. And of course, we also have Victor, who is also my colleague on the other side. Victor, do you have any question to the team?
Probably before I get to ask a question, but this is quite unheard of. We've never seen such before, having that long distance. What happened with the late President Mwai? There was a chopper which took the body, ferried the body all the way from Nairobi to Kabarak, but this one is slightly different because covering that distance from is now 9:30, that is now 2.5 hours on the road. We would have expected to see something quite different, having a military chopper ferrying the body from here, the way it was done with President Mwai, but this is completely different. Even though with all the challenges, the roads are still under construction, but either way, as engineer would say, this was part of his pet project to connect part of the northern corridor, in terms of infrastructure. Engineer, when you look at this and you look at President Mwai Kibaki's policy in terms of economic policy, foreign policy, and now you put it here, perhaps wherever he is, so to speak, he must be so happy with the development that is happening, even though way after his tenure. Engineer.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think wherever he is, and after retirement, when he would know the policy that he put in place and the infrastructure that he conceived was being done.
Yes.
He was a very happy former president. If I may maybe go back to 2 or 3, so that our viewers can understand the thinking of Mwai Kibaki.
Yes.
When he formed his first government, because of the policy and the anticipation that he wanted to excel infrastructure, he put 2 engineers in the Ministry of Roads, Public Works and Housing. That was Engineer Raila and myself. It was not by mistake. It is because Kibaki really wanted 2 people he can trust to be in charge of his dream in infrastructure.
Yes.
So when we started working with the challenges that we found there, and consulting with the president, his mind was very clear. We were not there in the ministry to fight the former president.
Yes.
Because the former president, infrastructure, most of them had failed, and they were white elephants, as people used to say. But he made it clear to us that we are not there to talk about failed projects. So what did he tell us to do? Those white elephants, can you please, when you are budgeting now,
right,
before you start new projects, can you complete those first?
Yes.
That's why those of you who remember the NYS,
the housing
buildings there, which had been there,
yes,
as white elephant for many years. We started with those ones. We finished them. We never said that pesa ilikuliwa wakati wa Moi. We never talked about that one.
You are focusing on the current government.
Focusing on, because those projects are for Wananchi. He said this project was started for Wananchi. So until they are finished, Wananchi cannot enjoy them. We come to some infrastructure like a road which used to be called Kibaki'S Road. It was for a long time, election after election, that is in Kisii. Contractors would be ferried during elections, and then after elections, it would be abandoned. So by the time we came to finish that road,
yes,
the contractor we put on praise was the 5th contractor.
The 5th
contractor who did that job.
Working on the same design?
Well, we kept on improving because by then the designs were not being done. It was just a question of eating the money. But we were saying, don't talk about what money has been eaten before. Can you go and do this road? Kisiis are complaining every year that the Kibaki'S road, we do campaign. Can you please do this road? Don't think about what happened. So that one we did. And then when we came to now to actually decide which projects we need to prioritize, we formed what we used to call pending bills verification committee. We put professional engineers and planners and accountants, auditors. We put them in that committee, and they went through all the contracts that were signed and did a verification of what to be paid and what not to be paid. The status of every project, so that we can be able to know where we are and moving forward, so that we can be able to do the budgeting. So those projects that contractors were paid and they had not done anything, the bills, the certificates that were pending there, we could not pay. This is the time that you heard about the cowboy contractors. That term was used. We used term cowboy contractors. But you see contractors, and this is I'd like our viewers to get this correct. It is not the contractors who are bad. It is not the engineers who are bad. It is the management. Because those contractors are the ones we used. We never got any other contractors. They are the contractors we used to actualize the dream of Kibaki in infrastructure. The other thing that I think people don't know is Kibaki did not want us to talk about...
Sorry, but I think it is proper to say that now they are entering Karatina town. As you can see, this is now Karatina town. Would you want to confirm that, Professor Chege?
I have to take a quick look. And find out, because
once you pass the railway line, then
then we're in Karatina.
Have we passed the railway?
Right.
And they have stopped. I
think it's that bump.
It's the bumps again?
Maybe it has.
This is the second incident that they've witnessed so far.
That bump, there's a bump there at Karatina which is very, very bad. Maybe it has held the undercarriage of the of the vehicle.
Yeah, because I can see in the background there, that is what we used to call the Karatina cinema. Behind there, a long time ago, before movie theaters became a thing of the past. I know you can relate to that very well. But I think there's a challenge with
a high school somewhere. I think it is the undercarriage which is being affected by those.
Which is having a challenge.
Engineer, there is something quite peculiar here. This is the second time that they're having a stop.
Yes.
And from your engineering perspective, you said that a speed bump should slow you down, not make you stop. This is the second time it's happening.
Yes.
Perhaps on a national television and talk to the road engineers, your colleagues, people who are taking construction of these roads. This is a clear picture of what is happening out there to the common mwananchi, because you've had many people say, I go to the village and when I come back, I have to change my suspension because of such. What did you tell the road engineers out there?
The road engineers know exactly what they are supposed to do. But when any contractor who comes to pull the bump, you know they are paid on the material used. Yeah?
All right.
The quantity.
Brian, do you get the point?
The quantity. So when the contractors come,
yes,
the quantity
You use
the more they use, the more they are paid.
The more you are paid.
Yeah, the more you are paid. That's what they look at.
Yes.
So when the engineer comes to do the need to calculate the quantity used,
right,
the contractor will have used, and he will be paid for what he has been used. So you find now some bumps are so big, and the contractor has paid more money. So another one which is smaller, the contractor got less money.
Yes.
So it's a question of the small corruption there going on. Now you find all engineers know that speed bumps are supposed to slow vehicles, not to stop. And over the years, because of the development of the vehicles, most of the vehicles are now coming and they are lower. Every time they are lower.
Exactly.
Lower.
Right.
So you find the speed bump that we used to have pickups and these vehicles they were tropical vehicles with high suspension. They used to go over those bumps easily. But now it has changed. Like you can see the Hasna here, the Jaguar.
This is embarrassing.
It is an embarrassment. Because this is the second time that one it will stop at the bump there, and this is the second bump it is stopping.
But I think what we're just doing here is just we're just speculating that it's an issue of bumps because it's yet to be confirmed. Because probably maybe they could also be stopping maybe for health break or something like that.
You don't stop at nowhere.
Or maybe they are just, well, I'm just also speculating. I cannot confirm these.
You see, if they were speaking to people, if they stop to speak to people, people come, it is different. Even if it is a health issue, they would go in somewhere where, not a shopping center, where it is open, where somebody can go and, But now where they are stopping, you can see there is a problem.
There's a problem there.
And the problem, I maybe can assume it is because of the bump, probably. Because it's not a health break there. There's no hotel there. There are the people, there are even no people there, crowding there to be talked to. So maybe our assumption might be right about the issue of the bump.
All right. On your left is the procession to Othaya, and on the right of your screen is what is happening at the Othaya approved school in Nyeri County. I can see Kisumu Governor Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, who was actually the Minister for Planning during Kibaki'S tenure. And next to him is Nakuru Governor Lee Kenyanjui there. I mean, let me hear your thoughts, Professor Chega. I know you worked with Nyong'o closely.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
What I was talking about, the thinking of the president when he endorsed us with the issue of the infrastructure. I was saying there is something that people don't know. The issue of President Mwai's residence in Cabinet Gardens. The one with that house.
The house that is just next to Kibera.
It was the vice president's official residence.
And the deputy governors during the colonial period.
So when Mwai became the vice president, that's where he resided. So when Kibaki
was there a presidential house?
It's a state house.
State house.
Yes. So when
he opted to live in the vice president's house.
He's decided to be there when he became president. So when Kibaki took over, naturally the president the former president should have vacated, and the vice president should occupy the house. But Kibaki did not want to look like he is harassing the former president. So when he called us, me and Raila, about that issue, he made because the housing docket was under the ministry, he made it very clear that that house, the government is going to bestow that house to the former president for good. So that's how that house became Mwai's house. Even to today. It's not government house.
But it was a public house.
It was a public house. It was government house for the vice president. So that's what happened. And that's why we now conceived building a residence for the vice president in Karen. So that's the thinking of the president. That's how the president was, very careful, not vindictive about the former president. He did not want anything about former president to be brought in anywhere. And even those people
to create that animosity.
And those people who thought that they could even sue the former president for some things, Kibaki did not want to hear those nonsense. He did not want to hear. And not at any time did you hear President Kibaki talking about Mwai and attesting failures of Kenya to the former president. And he said, now, for you, continue with what you are going to deliver. Forget about the past. And I think he had a lot of trust, especially for me. He trusted me. That's why I remained there for 5 years. Raila left in 2005 after the referendum. And Nyashai came. Nyashai was having his health problems. So for those 5 years, Kibaki had my trust. When I lost the election in 2007, because of the continuity of what you are doing, he took me to Kenya National
Highways Authority, as a chairperson.
I was not the chair, but we were the pioneer. That's when we formed Kenya. We were the pioneer board, but I was the only person who knew exactly what wanted to be done.
Very well.
So we went and formed Kenya, not forgetting that when I was the assistant minister, that's when we had the 3 road boards. The Roads Act is when we enacted it.
Yeah.
So I was fully aware of what President wanted the boards to do, those boards.
Sorry, but I can see, I think, the wheels have started already, and now they are on the way to Nyeri. Well, they've stuck there for almost 10 minutes now.
Exactly.
I'm just wondering now. They were expected to be in Othaya at 10. If this was to continue, then they're likely to take a bit of time, on the highway.
Yeah.
We are yet to understand what exactly was happening there. Whether it was an issue of the Jaguar car that is carrying the casket, or maybe it was a question of consultations. But of importance is the fact that now they're on the way, and let's hope that they wouldn't have to stop again. And we continue to give you this coverage. This is Kibaki'S final lap. We started at 7. That's when the body left the Lee Funeral Home. Now it's about 10 minutes to the hour of 10, and now the casket is around Othaya, is around Karatina town. After these, they will have to go for another 35 kilometers before they get to Othaya approved school. And we've been crisscrossing the two places, the entourage and the approved school, just to show you what is happening there, because we have our team there. We have Nancy Okware, we have Beatrice Gatonye and John Jacob Kiore, who are right there just to bring us, various perspectives of what is happening now. The body has so far now gone through 3 counties, the county of Nairobi, actually 4. The county of Nairobi, the county of Kiambu, the county of Murang'a. Oh, actually, Kirinyaga. This is now the 5th county.
Yes.
So Kiambu,
Murang'a,
Kirinyaga, now Nyeri.
So they started with Nairobi, then Kiambu, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, and now they're in Nyeri County now. Interesting. And as you can see, thousands of people in Karatina, bracing the morning chill just to bid farewell to their son, bearing in mind that this would also be classified as Kibaki'S local town, which is less than 40 kilometers from where he was born. Another area that would be very interesting to you is the entourage is expected to go through various centers, and I can take you through them. After Karatina, they will go through a small town called Mathaithi, at the junction to Mukurweini. Then there's also another town called Giagatika, junction to Tomotomo.
Yeah.
I want to pause at Tomotomo because it is very significant, because that is where the late Kibaki'S wife, Mama Lucy Kibaki, went to high school.
That's correct.
Tomotomo Girls High School. So I don't know whether they may stop there just to honor the school. Look at the people in Karatina waving white handkerchiefs. It's a sign of peace. Yeah? This is quite interesting. Prof, do you want to say something about this?
This is Karatina at its best. This is the people coming out in huge numbers. Not far from Tomotomo, as you've said, the center of Presbyterianism in Central Province, together with Togoto. First missionaries arriving in Togoto, then moving on to Tomotomo. Kenyatta actually went to Togoto, but he also spent some time in Tomotomo as a young man. That's
Kenyatta's the senior.
Yes, Jomo Kenyatta, sorry, yeah. That's how deep it goes. And the education there, and early education and PCA work is still, and it was an imprint. It's not just the school, also the hospital, the church, and all.
Oh dear.
Well, Engineer Toro, I mean, you're completely gobsmacked. Do you want to say something about what you're seeing on your screen?
You know, when I look at this, I see people are genuinely happy to receive their president.
And also sad. That is the last time they're going to.
And sad at the same time. It's a combination of happiness and sadness that they have bid him farewell after knowing him for all those years. Because President Kibaki was the politician in Nyeri, the top politician in Nyeri, respected. And every politician in Nyeri who wanted to go anywhere, if you are not associated with Kibaki, then people will just sideline you. Because the people in Nyeri wanted the leaders to be mentored by Kibaki. If you become an MP or a councillor in Nyeri, without mentorship from Kibaki, then your leadership was viewed, it could not be the best. And that's why you found those days, if you are standing against Kibaki, people in Nyeri would finish with you.
You were going to lose.
You were going to lose. And that is what was being recognized even yesterday. Kibaki the leader. When Uhuru talked about Kibaki, three things. About Kibaki the leader. This is what he inculcated in the people of Nyeri and leadership.
Very well. Yes, the body has just, or the casket has just left, Karatina town now en route to Othaya. We now want to take you to Othaya.
And Brian, before you go to that, having seen, a multitude of people coming out and, waving the white handkerchiefs, when you look at the presidential standard that President Mwai Kibaki used was in white. Was in white. Even the presidential standard, which was on the gun carriage, was white, and the national flag, where he lay in state in Parliament, was also in white. And it's quite a coincidence that even the residents coming out there and waving white handkerchiefs, of course, it would have been the same, but it's quite a coincidence that President Mwai Kibaki chose white. He's been talked about as a person who loved peace. So white and peace go hand in hand.
That's
and
right.
Just to say that the moment they will be about to arrive at Othaya, it's President Uhuru Kenyatta who actually will receive the body. Just the same way it happened yesterday at Nyeri National Stadium. They left State House, and briefly and shortly actually before they reached Nyeri Stadium, President Uhuru Kenyatta also arrived to receive the body. So I'm told that our reporter Beatrice Gatonye is on standby just to give us an update on what is there. Beatrice, it's a busy morning there, and of course, better part of the day. What do we know so far from that end of central Kenya? Beatrice.
Asante kwa studioni. Hapa ni katika uwanja wa Approved School ambapo misa takatifu ya wafu itafanyiwa hapa ya mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki. Na kama tujuavyo, msafara uko njiani na muda mfupi tu atakuwa mwili wake utakuwa kiwasili hapa, na ninataka nikuonyesha tu shughuli chache ambazo zinaendelea katika uwanja huu. Niko mmoja kati ya malango mengi yaliyoko katika uwanja huu, na huu ni mlango mmoja ambao unatumiwa na wananchi kuingia. Hapa wananchi wanakaguliwa. Kuna vitu ambavyo haviruhusiwi mtu yeyote kuingia navyo, kama vile kiberiti, ama maji, ama juice, ama vyakula vingine vyovyote. Na kama jinsi ambavyo unaona kulingana na picha ambazo unaonyeshwa hapa, ni kukaguliwa. Kila mmoja anafanyiwa ukaguzi kuhakikisha kwamba usalama umeimarishwa katika uwanja huu. Wananchi hawa wanapoingia katika uwanja huu wanakutana na maafisa wa NYS ambao wamewasubiri hapa, wanapatiwa maji, wengine pia wanapewa, na kisha baada ya kupatiwa maji unapatiwa mkate, alafu kisha pale mbele kuna soda za kila aina. Ile soda ambayo wewe unaipendelea unaichukua hapo, na kisha unaelekezwa mahali ambapo unastahili kuketi, na unasaidiwa na maafisa wa NYS pamoja na maafisa wengine wa polisi ambao wako katika eneo hili. Kando na hayo, mtazamaji, tayari wananchi wameanza kuketi, na kama tujuavyo, Rais Mwai Kibaki hayati sasa alikuwa anapendelewa sana hapa kama mbunge, kwani alihudumu tangu mwaka 1974 hadi mwaka 2013 kama mbunge wa eneo bunge la Othaya. Hivyo basi wakazi ambao wanamiminika katika uwanja huu wana hadhi kubwa sana na wanamheshimu sana mwenda zake, kwani ni kiongozi ambaye amewahudumia kwa muda mrefu, na ni mengi ambayo yamesemwa kuhusiana na kiongozi huyu. Na ningependa nikuelekeze upande huu mwingine. Baada ya wananchi kuingia, pia wanapata fursa ya kutazama picha ambazo zinaonyesha safari ya rais mwenda zake hayati Mwai Kibaki. Hizi ni picha ambazo zinaonyesha yeye kama mtu wa familia, yeye pamoja na mke wake Lucy hapo, pamoja na wajukuu akiwasomea vitabu. Hizo ni picha ambazo zinaonyesha Kibaki kama mtu wa familia. Kando na hayo, pia kuna picha nyingine ambazo zinamuonyesha kama mtu wa kitaifa. Alihudumu katika nyanja mbalimbali katika serikalini, hapo akiwa pamoja na hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta, na yeye kama anahudumu pia kama katika nyadhifa mbalimbali alizokuwa amepewa kama kwenye serikali. Picha inayofuata ni picha ambazo zinaonyesha rais hayati Mwai Kibaki kama mbunge. Kama jinsi ambavyo nimekuambia, alihudumu kama mbunge wa eneo hili kwa takriban miongo minne, na picha hizi zinaonyesha safari yake yeye kama mbunge wa eneo hili. Kando na hayo, tuna picha ambazo pia zinamuonyesha ama zinaashiria wakati wake alipohudumu kama waziri wa fedha, na amesifiwa sana 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 kama waziri ambaye alifufua uchumi wa nchi hii, waziri ambaye alijitolea kuhakikisha kwamba uchumi wa nchi umeinuka. Kando na hayo, pia kuna picha ambazo zinaonyesha hayati Mwai Kibaki kama makamu wa rais, ambaye alikuwa makamu wa rais wake hayati Daniel Arap Moi. Hapo hizo ni picha ambazo zinaonyesha wakati wake yeye pamoja na hayati rais wa pili wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daniel Arap Moi. Picha pia ambazo zinafuata ni picha ambazo zinaonyesha kuhusiana naye kama kiongozi wa upinzani, hapo wakiwa na John King wakati ambapo walianzisha chama cha DP. Hapo hizo ni picha ambazo pia zinaashiria hayati Mwai Kibaki kama kiongozi wa upinzani. Picha inayofuata inaonyesha nyakati mbalimbali alizohudumu kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Amesifiwa kama kiongozi ambaye alijitolea kuwasaidia Wakenya kuinua uchumi, kutengeneza barabara, kama jinsi ambavyo hapo tunasikia studioni wachanganuzi wakizungumza zaidi kuhusiana na jinsi walivyotengeneza barabara, walivyounda barabara nyingi. Amesifiwa kama rais ambaye bila shaka alileta mabadiliko makubwa hapa nchini Kenya. Hatutaweza kuzungumza kuhusu safari ya hayati Mwai Kibaki bila kuzungumzia kuzunduliwa kwa katiba mpya mwaka 2010. Hii ni safari ambayo alihakikisha kwamba ameifanya na nchi hii ikaweza kupokea katiba mpya ambayo imesifiwa sana kama mojawapo wa katiba ambazo ni nzuri sana kote duniani. Hapa ni katika uwanja wa Approved School, mtazamaji, ambapo mwili wa hayati Mwai Kibaki utakuwa ukiwasili muda mfupi kutoka sasa, ambapo viongozi wa serikali pamoja na wananchi wa hapa Othaya na kote nchini Kenya tayari wanaendelea kumiminika katika uwanja huu ili kumpa heshima za mwisho na pia kumsindikiza kiongozi huyu ambaye bila shaka amesifiwa kote ulimwenguni na wengi wamemwomboleza kama kiongozi aliyejitolea kuhakikisha kwamba taifa hili linainuka kiuchumi, kimaendeleo na mengine mengi. Na watu wa eneo hili tayari wamefika hapa kwa wingi kwa sababu wanajivunia kiongozi huyu ambaye wamemtambua kwa ukaribu sana, kando na wengine wetu kama Wakenya ambao tunamjua kama rais, na kwa kweli aliweza kufanya mengi. Lakini kwa wananchi wa Othaya ambapo watazikwa hivi leo, wanajivunia sana kiongozi huyu na wanamchukulia kuwa mtu wao wa karibu sana. Ndio sababu hivi leo, kando na kibaridi kingi hapa Othaya, wengi wamejitokeza, wadogo kwa wakubwa, wazee kwa vijana, wamama, wasichana, wamefika hapa kuhakikisha kwamba wanampa heshima za mwisho anazostahili kiongozi huyu, rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hivyo basi tuko hapa katika uwanja wa Approved School ambapo tutakuwa tukikuletea taarifa nyingi kuhusiana na yale ambayo yatakuwa yakifanyika hapa, huku mwili wake ukitarajiwa kufika hapa. Tayari umefika katika eneo la Karatina na utakuwa ukiwasili hapa muda mfupi kutoka sasa. Na kurejesha studioni Obran Kemani pamoja na Victor Olo, uwanjani wenyu.
Thank you so much, Beatrice Gatonye there. That's a comprehensive update on what is happening down there in Othaya with the pictorial evidence of life and times of President Mwai Kibaki. And now, as you can see, guests have already taken their seats. And of course, as per the information is that that dome is going to carry 15,000 people and the rest will be beamed live on different screens that will be stationed outside that dome. And of course, security is also paramount, which she said that is taken care of adequately. So particular items are not allowed into that particular area. Things with matchstick, water and what have you, just for security purposes. Those are the things that will not be allowed. They are a few minutes away from home, and of course it's now 3 minutes past 10 o'clock. We predicted that probably plus or minus, and of course is 3 minutes past the hour. We've seen 2 stops so far, and we can attribute that spillover the hour because of those stops. And of course the road is still under construction, so yes, it can pass that way. But then President Uhuru Kenyatta will be the person to receive the body, meaning President Uhuru Kenyatta at this particular point should be en route to Othaya. A 19-gun salute will be given in honor of the late President Mwai Kibaki. And of course we are also informed that a few meters to the home, the gun carriage will be there. Yet to confirm how that will take place. And of course, the casket is draped in a national flag, but at the burial site of the graveside, that flag will be handed over to the family of the late President Mwai Kibaki. Dignitaries are already in the country. So far we have got 3 presidents: Salva Kiir Mayardit of South Sudan, who attributed the kind of freedom they have right now to President Mwai Kibaki. He even said through the Minister of Cabinet Affairs, that is Martin Elia Lomuro, who spoke on behalf of Salva Kiir, who said that President Mwai Kibaki even took some of the government officials from South Sudan to Mombasa, to Kenya Government of School for training. And that is why they are so grateful to President Mwai Kibaki. The negotiation was done here in Kenya, and the peace accord was also done here in Kenya. Prof, it's when you talk of peace, when you talk of international relations with other nations, we can never talk much about President Mwai Kibaki. South Sudan is enjoying peace right now. And if you look at the flag, it's more or less the same as Kenya's flag.
That's correct.
Right.
I think you're absolutely right. Peace and development for us in Kenya always went together. And I think what President Kibaki did was to continue on the foundations built at independence by the first president and the second president as far as the Sudanese peacemaking efforts are concerned. I think President Kibaki's introduction and innovation here was something he called economic diplomacy,
yes,
and business diplomacy, going alongside peacemaking and development. If you look at our embassies everywhere, there was a renewed emphasis on business and bringing in investment and getting our exports out there. And part of the training, you just mentioned the importance of training here, in Kenya School of Government, but also Foreign Service Institute at our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, began getting a tweak towards emphasizing those issues. He was very conscious of them. He met the ambassadors. He wanted to know from each one of them, they meet I think once every 2 years, what exactly have they done to promote economic. But you're right, peace in our region. If you look at what happened in Somalia, our armed forces intervened when our tourist resorts in the coast came under attack.
Yes.
We didn't attack first, they attacked. We had to respond, and we did. As far as Somalia is concerned, we have continued a very good cooperation as far as security in the region is concerned with Ethiopia.
He was also so passionate about foreign policy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And foreign policy because he realized very well that we needed excellent relations with other countries in the world. Let me tell you, a lot of people talk about looking east policy under Kibaki. I think that is not quite accurate.
Yes.
What he was doing was saying we are going to consolidate our relationship with the traditional partners in the West and in Africa, to start with in Africa and to start with in East Africa, but we are also going to add onto that relationship, onto our baggage of relationship with these new emerging countries in Asia. So what you do see, despite all this look-east policy, is that we have continued our relationship with Western countries, with America, with Britain, with France, with Germany. In fact, they've grown quite tremendously over that period. At the same time, we have added, in Eastern our relationship with Asia, particularly East Asia and Southeast Asia.
But Prof, again, before I let you go, if you look at his approach in terms of how he would handle issues, he would mediate through ministries, through envoys, through different departments, not as a person. He would delegate duties. How would you attribute this to his personality and in terms of how he would run his government?
I think from the very beginning, and I think the minister here will attest, he said, I will delegate, but I will delegate to the most efficient.
Actually, the minister will also be
That's the one. I will delegate to the most efficient people I have. Ministers, permanent secretaries, directors, managers, policymakers, advisors. Get the best, delegate to them, sit back and wait for the report. But you had better make sure when you went with your report to President Kibaki that it was up to snuff. It was up to the standards of his. Otherwise, privately, you get a lashing.
Waziri, give me a picture. When you went to report to the president, okay, he was your boss, Mzee, this is what I've done, this is the far I've reached, and this is the next step. How would you react?
Professor
in a cabinet meeting?
Professor is very right. You know, Kibaki, you don't go to see Kibaki to tell him anything.
Yes.
As long as you are working, he will leave you alone. He does not want you to go reporting to him. You are going to tell him what? Can you tell Kibaki, you go and tell Kibaki,
give me the results.
I have started on this road.
Yes.
No. He's there. He knows exactly what is happening everywhere.
Right.
So if you make a mistake, that's the time maybe he'll call you. And if you find Kibaki telling you to go and see him, it is either you have done something that is not right, or there is something that he wants you to initiate. Otherwise, Kibaki will not bother you. For example, in the docket of roads and infrastructure.
Yes.
We would meet. He will not, just like when you find that he wants to meet you before he goes to the construction site to launch a road. No. He knows everything will be okay. So you go. The belief is there. He looks at the belief when you are there. And he was very fast at looking at issues. Very fast.
The pointers.
Very fast.
Yes.
And he knew every time you are going outside, when he's meeting readers, number one issue was roads. Roads and water. So, but the priority was always roads. Roads were in bad condition. So he would be able to address those issues.
Right.
The other good thing that he gave us ministers comfort is that he did not want to write to the people, to the wananchi. So once he gets the briefing that this road, maybe it's at this stage, design, we are going to tender maybe very soon, it is being looked into, so that he knows what to tell the readers.
Yes.
If, for example, we are launching a road and other roads have come up, and I give him the brief that this road is maybe being designed, because we look at the road before going to a certain area, he would make us very comfortable. And say, mnajua, serikali inafanya kazi na budget. Na hii budget inapitishwa na bunge. Hiyo ndio tunafuata. Kama hii barabara haiko kwa budget mwaka huu, hamwezi jengewa hii barabara.
Yes. So you have to plan it.
Sasa tutaiweka kwa budget mwaka ujao. He will never tell that wananchi that itatengenezwa leo, itatengenezwa mwaka huu. So they gave us a lot of comfort that President has said it is not in the budget. So even answering parliamentary questions for me, it would be very easy for me to say the president was there and he said we are going to look into it the next financial year. But he would be able to tell the people the truth, and that gave us a lot of comfort.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right.
And and also, if when you are giving the belief, and this is something that we learned to be thinking on our feet. You don't know what he's going to ask. For example, you are explaining about the road, and there is the drawing and the map of the road. So you look at it and say, anaona hapa inapitia hapa. Sinaona hapa kuna town nyingine pale. Sasa kwa nini hii barabara isiingie huko? Wale watu watasema nini? How many kilometers is it from here to there? So you have to have all the facts right. Yeah?
Right.
And you have to have the figures. Tukiingiza hapa, kwani itakuwa tutaongeza pesa ngapi? So that he now knows, he says now tutaipeleka kwa hii shopping center, then you have to do it. But you have to be very careful to tell him the actual cost. So that it can be accommodated. If it cannot be accommodated,
yes,
then he will not talk about it. He will not talk about it. He will let it be there. But he wants to know when he goes to tell the wananchi, does he commit himself?
That really confirms what President Kenyatta said yesterday, that as a leader, you must be able to lead yourself first.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. O'Brien, take it away.
We also wanted to update the people that, they have taken a detour, yeah? I think they have used the Othaya route. Probably maybe because the other road was was taking a bit of time because it is still under construction. And I think the cottage was having a bit of problem here. And as we have just seen there, the cottage has just passed the Othaya Boys High School, yeah?
Othaya?
Othaya Boys.
Oh, it's in Othaya already?
So I may get Othaya.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that tells you that they're not far off from the Othaya approved school. So this is, I think the route is shorter or what? I mean, I'm not very familiar with the terrains of
Mokoroini is shorter.
It is shorter.
Yeah.
So also because probably maybe they were running behind schedule. Time. When you look at time, and this is something that they would want to not to get late, because we are in the rainy season, and of course the weather has been kind to them, but at least it hasn't rained this morning, but it looks like it was raining the whole night.
Yeah, but the weather is holding well so far. Yes.
Yeah, and some of the people that we've seen at the Othaya approved school, what is actually now on your screen, we have seen a couple of people there, education CS, Professor George Magoha. We have also seen NAC Kenya leader Martha Karua. We have also seen National Treasury CS Ukuri Yatani, among other people who have graced this occasion. President Uhuru Kenyatta has not yet landed here, but he's expected to land before the arrival of the cortege. So those are some of the issues that we are monitoring from here. We are still in the good company of two men who served under the late President Mwai Kibaki, that is Professor Michael Chege, who was an economic as well as associate advisor to the President, and engineer Joshua Toro, who was a former assistant minister for roads, public works, as well as housing. We continue with this conversation here on what they learned, or they have learned from the departed president, and of course what legacy the late president has left that they are going to miss. I want to find out from you, Professor Chege, why was President Mwai Kibaki so keen on infrastructure development?
Just like the minister here said, he realized two things. His own experience of Kenya's economy between 1963 at independence and 1978, the role played by infrastructure in opening up what were then called African areas of the economy, particularly agriculture, and the fact that there had been a decline between 78, particularly 1980s, coming the 1990s. That rehabilitation of infrastructure got priority, because if you open up infrastructure, you open up a lot of possibilities, because with communications, you give people who grow crops in the land. Same thing with transportation itself. It's a wealth creator. It's also an income generator, plus the service sector. Infrastructure went hand by hand. Yes, as the minister is saying, a lot of it was roads, but also electricity and access to energy. I remember him saying, connect power to every shopping center. Look at what happened when shopping centers in Kenya were connected to power. Small, medium enterprises that use electricity, including handsets for users of telephones like yourselves. And the industries associated with that, M-Pesa and all of that, which has made Kenya famous. All of this ride at the back of infrastructure, and I think that is why he wanted it. He generated growth and gave people hope. You just mentioned Thika Superhighway. Look at what the situation was there before and after. It's not just the highway. It is connected construction, building, habitation between Thika and Nairobi, to the extent that you're talking about one continuum of urbanization, which we need to look into, by the way. That it must be planned, better planned, because, and by saying better planned, it means more infrastructure, because we need better roads, you need sanitation, you need water, and also you need public places and schools and hospitals and all of that. Yeah.
And it's proper to say that yes, indeed, infrastructure development has a spurring effect on development of local villages, and that is quite apparent, because when you use some of the bypasses, that the late president, constructed, like the Western bypass, the Eastern bypass, the Southern bypass. I mean, you've realized the significant development in terms of real estate. You see towns that were never there. You see new estates that were never there before. And so that trigger effect is definitely good for economic growth. And of course, as you are saying, I mean, it also now requires, the country to put in place proper urban planning mechanisms in place, and this is where the people like now Engineer Toro will help us. And as on the screen is the nephews of the departed president, making way into the venue. That is Laikipia Governor Nderitu Mureithi, who was also an assistant minister for trade during Kibaki'S tenure. He's also an economist, right?
Yeah.
And an astute one. And he used to work for the International Finance Corporation, which is the lending arm of the World Bank. So also made his way there. So you know, there are also various people who are here, and if you can allow me, I can actually go through some of them. Oh, yeah. Some of even the retired military generals, including chiefs of generals staff. They are in attendance, to honor their fallen bosses. So that is what exactly is happening. They are expecting the arrival of President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is expected.
Actually, Brian, I'm told that they've arrived.
Oh, the president has arrived?
The president has arrived, has landed at Othaya Boys High School, as well as DP Ruto and former Prime Minister Raila. All of them are in Othaya Boys High School. Probably that's where they'll pick up from that particular point, and a clear indication that they're almost getting home. Yep. Not so well conversant with the area though, but it's now 10:21, so we would predict that not so long from now they should be there. So the president has arrived at Othaya Boys School, together with the DP Ruto also there, and former Prime Minister Raila. So yes, as we said, he is the man to receive the former head of state at that particular event. We'll get the pictures.
Actually, I'm being told that
go there
they're just going through Mokoreni town, eh?
That's Mokoreni.
Yeah, that's Mokoreni town.
Yeah.
So I don't know, what's the distance from Mokoreni to the approved school?
It's not
Engineer?
far. It's not far.
It could be 10 kilometers.
Yeah, 10 kilometers.
It's not far.
It's not far.
It's not far. All right. So it's proper to imagine that in the next 15-20 minutes they should be there.
Mokoreni and Othaya, they are just next to one. They are smaller constituencies, so they are just next to one another.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from Mokoreni, the next town is Othaya.
From Mokoreni.
Yeah. The next town is Othaya.
The next town is Othaya town. Eh?
Yeah.
And how far is the approved school from Othaya town?
That one I have no idea. I have not been to approved school, but it must be around there, within the same vicinity.
Yeah. I think it must be closer to the president's place of birth, Gatuyaini, which is not in Othaya town, a little bit further out. Yeah.
But we understand the president is not going to be laid to rest at Gatuyaini.
Where's it?
Is it
in a home next to where the wife was raided?
What is the name of that small town?
I can't. It's Gatuyaini. I can't remember, but it's his home there. That's why you'll be laid to rest. Next to the wife.
Next to the wife.
Yeah, home. The Othaya home.
The Othaya home. His Othaya home.
Yeah, his Othaya home.
Right. Yeah. You see, the cottage is actually now, approaching closer and closer to the approved school, and of course, now they are in a haste pace because they really want to catch time. And the people on the screen is the cabinet secretary for health, that is Mutahi Kagwe, and he also served under the late president tenure. He was the minister for information and communication, and actually when the news broke out of the demise of the president, I had a chat with Mutahi Kagwe, and he really talked about how the president was very of much help when Kenya was trying to cut its niche in the ICT world. Of course, with the landing of various submarine cables, and also of course with the rollout of M-Pesa, which is one of his digital legacy project. Of course, I don't know whether you really want to talk about that and how it has spurred economic growth in the region.
I think this is again part of Vision 2030. Making Kenyan economy electronically driven, modern age. That is one of his legacies, and I think the best person to speak about this, when we have all heard him talk about it with passion, is Professor Bitangi Ndemo of the University of Nairobi, who was PS then in information communications technology. Konza City All of those things were riding on under the back of the first undersea cable to come to the country, because the idea was to bring costs down. Apart from, instead of relying on satellites for electronic information delivery, we had the first undersea cable. I think we've gone on to the fourth, the fifth, I think, and so on.
Now we are at the sixth cable.
And that has made us a really important demonstrator in the developing world of how you use electronic technology for information, not just for information like we're doing here, but also for commerce, for buying and selling, and particularly in the financial sector. And you just mentioned M-Pesa, in which we are a global leader. So that, again, when you talk about legacy, is those are the things. And he took a very strong personal interest in this, in ensuring that all the obstacles on the way were removed. And I think we owe to him the fact that we went as far as we did then. I think we must revisit areas in which we're lagging behind. I think Konza City and the international partners who are supposed to come with us, the government of Korea, they're in there with a foothold in a big way, but also international players from the United States, the big brands
like Google,
Hewlett-Packard, all
IBM.
of them, IBM, FedEx, who had expressed interest in an airport there. All of these players should be brought on board now, just like we had intended, if his legacy is to be continued. I know there were a few problems. For example, National Land Commission, as the minister was saying, land is always a problem to get projects started in our country. And it makes our projects in Kenya more expensive, because landholders always hold out for money, and it takes time. Regardless of all that, we know what the problems are. Let's go out and solve them. Yeah.
Very well. And I think it's also highly appreciative to note that, I mean, since the body or the cortege left the Lee Funeral Home, it's very interesting to note that we haven't seen this procession, going through a road that is not would not be said to be not in good shape.
Yeah.
Because the only stretch that we can talk about is the Kenol to Marwa,
which is under construction.
Under construction. Yeah. When you look at the roads, which is definitely a legacy of Mwai Kibaki, engineer.
Yeah, they were not there. And
just a minute. That is Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the governor for Kisumu, and the former Minister for Trade, Mohisa Kitui, who went on to become the United Nations Conference
Trade and Development in Geneva,
UNCTAD, Secretary General. That was quite a high position. That is also Senator Samuel Pogisio, who was also Minister for ICT during Kibaki'S time. Actually, a lot of people there, coming to Mona. That is also Amos Kimunya, who was the Minister for Finance then. And also next to him is Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi. All at the Othaya approved school, waiting for the arrival of the cortege so that they can bid farewell to a man they have known and they have admired and they have worked with for quite a long time. We were talking about the roads, and I look at that, quite a beautiful landscape there, very green, and the road is absolutely stunning. This is very, very good. Do you want to say something about that?
Yes, because you have pointed out about the road, you can see the quality of the construction of that road. One thing that President Kibaki was very particular about is getting value for money and getting, previously you would get a road which has been tarmacked and within 1 year there is no road. And he said he does not want that nonsense anymore. And also the cost of construction, when 2003, when Kibaki took over, that time, because of the corruption issues, and it's good to talk about corruption where it existed, we found that the construction per kilometer of the road was about 60 million per kilometer. So we brought it down to about 30 million per kilometer.
30.
And 30 million
so you
per
brought
kilometer.
It down by half.
By half. And also good road. Well designed and supervised, because supervision never used to be there. So by bringing the cost of construction per kilometer to 30, we were able to do more roads. And that is where we started. Our first budget, because you know you inherited a budget which was there at 202, 203. The roads budget was below, the entire road was below 20 billion. 20 billion shillings. Yes. So when we put every cost-effective measure in place, me and Raila.
And this was inclusive of the recurrent expenditure?
Yeah.
Wow.
So when we put all those measures in place, we were able to kickstart the construction. So the 203, 204 budget was doubled.
Yeah.
And we exhausted that budget, and we had to have supplementary.
Yeah.
We had Kibaki handed us more money. The only thing that he was very clear about: never give out work, and don't tender if you do not have money budgeted for that particular year and that particular road.
That is what we call prudential financial management.
Yes. So you wanted Kibaki to be on wrong footing with him. Go against that.
Yeah.
Was asked, where are you going to get money to do that road or to do that project? So he was very particular about that. The other issue I like the viewers to understand what Kibaki wanted us to do. He told us to look into why contractors are not being paid. Even when there is money, we want contracts to be paid, and paid quickly so that they can go and do more work.
Yeah.
So when in 203, I called a meeting. Raila told me, can you look into this issue, because the president wants to know why contractors are not being paid quickly. So when I called the meeting, and I said I wanted all those people who signed certificates, I want them in my boardroom. Everybody who approves payment of a certificate for a contractor. So I was surprised. 28 signatures were required to pay a certificate. So contractors would employ permanently people to be chasing those certificates. So in the boardroom, I asked somebody, after the resident engineer has approved and it has come to the project manager to look into whether there is any material paid on, advance payment, whatever, where does it go from there? So you find somebody say it comes to procurement. As procurement, you're involved in tender and valuation. What is it coming to do? No answer. They go to internal audit 3 times. What are you doing? So 28. So we reduced them to 6. 6 signatures.
From 28?
From 28 to 6.
So you eliminated a total of 22
signatures. So once the certificate is submitted to headquarters, then 6 signatures. And then the contractors never come to chase payment here. Wait for your money. And you were able now to do that, and contractors were able to finish their work. And the other thing that we implemented was no contractor will get 2 projects. When you get the second project, you have to be about 80% complete. So we were able to spread the work to as many contractors as possible. So there was no rush for contractors to come and get three projects, 2 projects, which they will never even implement. So that way, that's how we were able to move very fast, even in the housing sector. And also the public works. We talk roads, now public works, and even the housing sector. The same was implemented. And that is basically what the Kibaki was looking into all his ministers. Work without supervision from me. But he would know whatever was happening everywhere. The other point that I would like viewers to know, for the 5 years I was the assistant minister, another 6 years when I was in Kenya. Let's say when I was assistant minister, There is no contractor coming to my office saying that I have been sent by Kibaki to be given this work.
It's never happened?
Never. I have never gone to Kibaki'S state house and Kibaki would be having a contractor saying, can you go and help this contractor? Or Kibaki would call and say, I'm sending a contractor to you. Never, not even once.
That is the man you're talking about.
So, contractors never used to go to state house to get work. They would come and tender professionally. They would be given and supervised professionally and paid.
And paid.
So that is Kibaki. Well, never. Even my minister, even Raila or Nyashai when he came, there is no time that any of them said we have instructions from State House that we do this. So the busy bodies that are characteristic of State House that we are being sent by the president, blah blah. Those busy bodies were not there.
And the so-called hangers-on.
And hangers-on, they were never there.
I want to hear from
I think you can confirm that.
I just want to confirm that.
I also want you to tell me things. Because how did we end up with unpaid bills to contractors now of more than 330 billion shillings? And Uhuru Kenyatta, the current president, has been very tough, to ministries telling them, please pay contractors for the work that they have done. How comes we never used to have that during
the short answer to that, Brian, is this. Just as President Kibaki was keen on projects being completed and money being spent, he was also as keen to make sure the tax money comes in. You just said that President Kibaki never called you about a delayed road and a delayed payment. The same thing we had from Mr. Michael Waweru when he was at the Kenya Revenue Authority. You read his book, the Kenya's Tax Czar, and he was told when he took over that there's this phone which links you straight to State House. If it calls, pick it up. It says, from the day he got in there to the time he left, it never rang. Yesterday, or I think the day before, Willie Mutunga, the former Chief Justice, Dr. Willie Mutunga, was saying he never got a call throughout his tenure from President Kibaki calling him about a case. And he had said the same thing, incidentally, when he quit his tenure as Chief Justice. So you're hearing now again from a third time. The important thing is here was delegation, but also integrity. Once I give you the promise that there will be no interference on behalf of my friends, it won't happen. We have a serious problem right now on the fiscal side of macroeconomic management in our country because the tax side was hemorrhaging for a long time, not bringing in as much revenue as is consistent with the way the economy is growing. Because if the economy grows, tax revenue ought to grow at the back of it. It's called tax buoyancy by those who study those issues like that. That's one thing. The World Bank the other day was saying as much as 5% of GDP that should have come in as taxes is not there. There are reasons for it. You exempt some goods, you allow us to come in, or whatever reasons there are, and the people with care who can give you a good lesson on that, and that will be one of the answers to this. The other issues,
and 5% of our GDP, which is almost 12 trillion Kenya shillings.
This is why the IMF here, and we are on an IMF program now, are insisting on tightening on tax collection and on the fiscal side and targets. Luckily, they're going up again. But we've had that history now for some past, and we're going to see. And Kenyans realize it's going to hurt, because once the IMF is coming here with conditions like that, you will see the effect of that on your daily bill when you go shopping, all of the above.
And also something else, that you have put, and first of all, on your screen, that is Kenya Kwanza members, that is weekly,
that is Senator,
Senator Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi, who was the Minister for Finance during Kibaki's tenure.
No, Mwai.
During Mwai's tenure. He was a deputy prime minister during Kibaki'S tenure. Yeah, during the government of the coalition government.
So, that's right.
Yes, he was the deputy prime minister, and together with Uhuru Kenyatta, who was then the minister for finance, and Musalia Mudavadi was also the minister for local government.
Local government?
Yes,
he was in local government.
Yeah,
he became devolution.
Local government.
Exactly.
Exactly. So, you know, I still wanted, you know, still on that issue that you have brought about.
I think, Brian, we perhaps just a matter of an update. I think in a few minutes from now, with the arrival of such kind of guests, we now expect that the body will be there in a few. And then now that the president is also in the vicinity at Othaya Boys, he will be the person to receive the body, of course. Still remember that this is a military event, and we expect members of the military to take charge of the entire session, drawn from the Kenya Army, the Kenya Navy, and the Kenya Air Force, all in the rank of colonels, led by brigadier, taking charge of that particular event. At the graveside, the flag will be handed over to the family, and a 19-gun salute will be administered in honor of the late president, the late President Mwai Kibaki. Of course, 21-gun salute is only given to heads of state who die while in power, and that is according to the rule. And so far in the history of our nation, only a few people have been accorded state burial or funeral. To speak, we have got founding president, that is President Jomo Kenyatta, who was accorded the state funeral, and of course he was also given 19-gun salute. We have any living president in Kenya. But nonetheless, Prof, we must be thankful as a nation that we've gone through the process, and a majority of people alive today have seen the hands of 3 presidents until the 4th one today, Prof.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you look at our neighbors, you realize we have a lot to thank God for, that younger generations are now getting accustomed to making a transition from one presidency to the next, peacefully, more or less. And this is very unusual in our part of the world. Kenyans should look at their blessings. I know we look at what is going wrong, and we should. But as you're saying, this is one of the things that we consider an essential part of our heritage. And by the way, that speaks to the tolerance of Kenyans. A lot of people here say they envy Tanzania, and they're right to say so. But look at us. In terms of transition, there may be arguments, there may be competition, but at the end of the day, when all that is done, and the process has worked its way, and the laws have worked their way, there's a good and smooth transition. And that's why you can talk about, yes, there's no living president now, but we know that when the tenure comes, there's going to be a succession, and there's going to be another government.
You sat in the President Mwai Kibaki's cabinet. Simply, what would current crop of leaders learn from you and President Mwai Kibaki's style of leadership generally?
Unfortunately, the leaders we have today, they do not want to run from us. They do not even care. They don't even care to know about Kibaki, how he ran his government. Because when you hear the leadership today addressing Wananchi and saying we do not want to know history, we don't want history, we want now. Now, if you do not want to know
just a minute, engineer, I think it is very important to point out that now the cottage is in Othaya town. This is Othaya town. They have just passed Mwai Primary School, which is about 3 kilometers from Othaya town. And the significance of Mwai Primary School is where President Kibaki used to cast his vote. So that is his local school. Polling station. As you can see, people in Othaya, lining up to say kwaheri to their son, and that is a fact now that the cottage is just a few minutes from the final destination. That is the approved school.
This is quite close to their heart because this is the longest-serving member of parliament. They could easily talk about. They know.
And actually, the other fact is that President Kibaki goes into history as one of the longest-serving members of parliament from 1961
63. Yeah.
To 2000
50 years.
50 years, eh?
50 years,
as a member of parliament.
That's a record.
Yeah,
I don't think, because Kenyan voters vote leaders out. They don't. I don't know who is going to, any leader who is going to stay in power for 50 years.
Mwai did how many? Mwai
is probably longer, because he went in 55. And he was in parliament right through to when he became president in 78.
In 78.
Yeah.
And he left presidency in 2002.
Yeah.
So when you do
the about the same, huh? About the same.
So almost the same.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's a long time. But when you look
at... they accrue one another.
Exactly. But if you look at the track record and what they did to the society, to the country, it would easily say that, okay, fine, they were okay to be in parliament for all that while. You understand?
Yeah. So exactly.
Because somebody would say that probably we wish we had a longer period with President Mwai Kibaki. When you look at the issue of economy, we would have been somewhere else. But yeah, we don't complain so far. So
what I was saying about the leadership, when you find the leaders saying they do not want to know history, now history talks about good things and bad things.
Yeah.
So that you stop doing the bad things, you emulate the good things. So if people do not want to hear why Kibaki was the good president, so that they can be able to borrow a reef from his style of politics, then it means now you are grubbing in the dark. You do not even know where you are going. Because education never ends.
Yeah.
And that's why you are always continuously being educated, so that you can be able to be reminded where you can go wrong and where you can go right. And also, you are told what you want to do was tried sometimes, it never worked.
Yes.
So let us try it another way. You cannot continue reinventing the wheel, because when you reinvent the wheel, you never make progress. So that's the unfortunate status we have now of the new readers who do not want to hear anything. And me, as with all the knowledge I have and everything, I need to impact that to the younger generation and to other readers.
Yes. If you can take a look, we have the Humvees already. Chances are that the cottage probably now will be handed over to the military as we speak, because the Humvees, we saw the Humvees took the body yesterday from State House to Nyeri Stadium. And here we have the military already lined up.
Actually, they have arrived, eh?
They've arrived.
At the approved school.
So we have the military already aligned. There you have it. The gun carriage reversing to receive the body there at the junction. We have the military already lining up. The colonels, from this particular point until the end of the session, now it's a military affair. They hand over to the military, and up to this point, we are going to see a change of program and how the protocol is going to be moved from this particular point until the end of the time. It's actually 10 minutes to 11. And we can now say that Mzee is safely home. Mzee is home now.
Exactly. The body or the cottage is actually outside the approved schools.
Right.
And for the journey that started at 7 in the morning, sharp. So it has taken them about how many hours?
4 hours.
4 hours and 50 minutes.
Almost 5 hours.
That's almost 5 hours.
But as you said, it was a plus or minus because of the stops. Probably they would have done even shorter.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, but when you look at the program, I mean, it was expected that they will be here at 10. They're just 50 minutes behind schedule. I think they will have to do something to
the diversions
and catch up on time.
Still okay.
Yeah, it's still okay.
So the gun carriage, if you look at the gun carriage itself, it has got two flags. The white one is the presidential standard for President Mwai Kibaki, which he used during his time in office, and then the Kenyan flag. The gun carriage, of course, now will take the body to the venue, and signaling that it's now a military event, exclusive military event.
Just look at
the parade.
the military parade there. It's a combination of the Kenya Navy, the Kenya Army, and the Air Force. Yeah, the three arms of the Kenya Defense Forces.
Actually, they say that it's a full parade, consisting of 96 members of the service, led by brigadier there. So
96, you said?
Yes.
What is the significance of 96 instead of 1,000 or 20?
For them,
do you have any idea?
96 should be the full parade. And if you have a quarter parade like the one we saw at Leaf in Europe, that's a quarter parade. This is a full parade signaling a high-ranking member of the state. For example, now this is the final parade that he's getting. He's getting a full parade equivalent to his stature. He is a former commander-in-chief, and therefore you're getting that full parade consisting of the Kenya Army, the Kenya Navy, and the Kenya Air Force. So it's quite significant, and of course even the 19-gun salute. For so many people, it will be the first time to get the sound of the guns,
especially in this town.
You can imagine it's been a peaceful area.
Never seen these. I hope they are prepared.
Now, there is something that I noticed yesterday, and I don't know whether you noticed. President Kenyatta from State House all the way to Nyeri Stadium, his vehicle never carried any flag. It was just
no.
Yeah?
Yes.
The significance that you cannot have two flags
flying at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah. And of course, according to what they say, it's not President Uhuru Kenyatta's moment.
Yeah.
It is the late president's moment.
So with his flags.
His flag. So yeah. That's why we have got two flags. And we have the other flags flying at half-mast.
Yes.
Well, the president is still there. The regime is still active, but it's not President Uhuru Kenyatta's time to shine.
So the two flags cannot fly at the same time.
At the same time. In the same territory.
Would we expect to see the same here?
I think so. Even if we look at the president's vehicle when they go into the venue, it will not be having flags.
It was
just like in church.
Right.
If you have got many bishops, there is only one bishop who will have the
mace.
The mace. No other mace will be there. Yeah. And that even yesterday, you noticed yesterday, it's only one mace which was there.
Right.
Is it the senior most or
not? Whatever it is, once you say this is the one who is going to have the mace, every other bishop will not bring the mace, and they all have the mace.
So that you don't end up with a situation whereby you have 15.
Yeah, that is now for that ceremony. You are the one. So your mace is the one that is going to. Yes.
So I'm also imagining it's the same because I've seen a number of cabinet secretaries here.
Yeah, they are no flags.
Their cars, you will not expect them to have flags.
But that one was a directive by the president. He said no cabinet minister, no person will fly a flag, even ambassadors, until Kibaki is buried. So that was one of the points. No flags.
It's not time for
show of might.
Yes.
There's a Nyeri member of parliament.
Right.
He has also arrived at the venue. Yes, and the CS for Interior.
ibada ya misa.
Asanteni sana kwa heshima, naomba tuweze kuketi na nipishe kwaya zetu ili ziendelee kutupa muziki ikiwa ni matayarisho ya ibada yetu ya misa ya siku ya leo. Nikiwakaribisha wote ambao wametoka pembe mbalimbali za Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, wote ambao tuko nao hapa na wale wanaoungana nasi kupitia mitandao mbalimbali ya kijamii. Kwaya, tuendelee tafadhali. Uwanjani State House Choir.
Is that the process? As you can see from your screen, President Uhuru Kenyatta is finally arriving at the Nyeri approved school where the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki has just arrived. But now on the screen you can see the wife of the former Prime Minister during Kibaki'S tenure, that is Raila Odinga, together with her husband Raila Odinga, also making their way into the venue. Already the body has arrived. It is inside the dome, which means that the military or the official event is almost starting now. As you can see, that's a body that is draped with our national flag. You know, at any moment now we should be handing you over to the Nyeri approved school for the team that is there to take over so that they can guide us, because that is where actually the event is. But before we do so, I think I would want to give a minute each to the team that we have been having here. Professor Michael Chege, a former advisor to the late President Mwai Kibaki, and that inside on your screen, that is Raila Odinga paying his tribute or his last respect to the departed president. And of course, as I was saying, final remarks from Professor Michael Chege and Joshua Toro, engineer, before now we hand over to the approved school. Yes, and I'll start with Michael.
Thank you, Brian. We say goodbye to a great Kenyan, to a great African, to a great statesman of the world, to a great leader of thought. I never stopped learning from President Kibaki, though I never sat in his class. He left us a great legacy, a great brain, great ideas of development, and how we should hold together as Kenyans.
Very well.
Please let us never forget that.
Exactly, and as you can see on your screen now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has just arrived, and now he's making his way into the dais, and he's accompanied by First Lady Margaret Kenyatta. Time now to listen to the national anthem first.
Asanteni sana kwa heshima na unyenyekevu, naomba sote tuweze kuketi. Nikirejesha kwa kwaya yetu ya Ikulu, the State House Choir, watatupa wimbo Kama Maua ambao niliukata ukiwa katikati. State House Choir, Kama Maua. Nitaomba sote sasa kwa
of distractions, so that we may offer this holy sacrifice worthily as we offer our prayer for our own good, and as well as we pray for the soul of our Baba Rais Mwai Kibaki. Kwaya, wimbo wa kwanza.
Let's
Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu.
Amina.
Neema ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo na upendo wa Mungu Baba na ushirika wa Roho Mtakatifu viwe nanyi nyote. Ndugu na dada wapendwa, Mheshimiwa Rais wetu, First Lady, Deputy President, Right Honorable Raila, wageni wote waliofika hapa, Kenya, tunaomboleza baba yetu Rais Mwai Kibaki. Tunawaalika leo katika sherehe ya kumpa burudani, ya kumwombea, kumpa heshima tosha kwa njia ya maombi yetu. Tumo hapa wengi viongozi wa madhehebu na dini mbalimbali waliomo kulia kwangu kwa altari. Wamo wengi kati ya umati uliomo katika chumba hiki. Tuomba basi tunganike nyoyoni, tuinue roho zetu kwa kumwombea huyu baba na kumpa heshima yake kama inavyostahili. Tutafanya hivyo kwa kutoa ibada ya misa kwa njia ya maombi ya marehemu, Requiem Mass. We therefore welcome you all to today's liturgy and prayer. It is not only what we will do here according to the wish of our beloved founder, father of this region of Othaya in many ways, but also a great statesman and father to the nation. We will do so each one according to our own faith, but we'll do so all of us with faith. Today, this is an encounter of faith. Allow me to express Mwai Kibaki, that he be sent off in the same way he lived, with a simplicity and at the same time without any political spirit, that we will not have kindly the speeches, but rather we will make our tributes as a nation and a people of God. My brother, my sister, all of us here, let us call our hearts, hold our dear beloved president with our prayers, show our great respect for him, and give respect to our dear nation. We will now go to bless the body in memory of his baptism, and also knowing it as sacred temple of God according to the rite of the Catholic Church. Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. Lord, have mercy.
Lord.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. From the gates of hell, deliver his soul, O Lord. May he rest in peace. May he rest in peace. Lord, hear my prayer, and let my cry come to you. The Lord be with you. In the waters of baptism, our dear President Mwai Kibaki died with Christ and rose with him to new life. May he now share God of loving kindness, listen favorably to our prayers. Strengthen our belief that your Son has risen from the dead, and our hope that your servant, President Mwai Kibaki, will also rise again. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Tuombe. Bwana, tunakuomba usikilize kwa wema sala zetu, ili kama vile imani yetu katika mwanao mfufuka kutoka wafu inavyoimarishwa, vivyo hivyo tumaini letu la kutazamia ufufuko wa mtumishi wako Rais Mwai Kibaki lidhibitishwe kwa njia ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo mwanao, anaishi na kutawala nawe katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, Mungu daima na milele.
Tafadhali tuketi. Tukiwa bado tungali tumeketi na kutulia, ni wakati wa kulisikiliza neno lake Mwenyezi Mungu.
Somo katika kitabu cha hekima ya Sulemani. Roho za wenye haki zi mkononi mwa Mungu, wala mateso pa wapumbavu walionekana kama wamekufa, na kutoka kwao kulihesabiwa kuwa msiba, na kuondoka kwao toka kwetu kuwa uharibifu. Lakini wao wako katika amani. Na hata kama kwa mtazamo wa watu wanaonekana kuadhibiwa, tumaini lao limejaa kutokufa. Kwa kuadhibiwa kidogo, watafanyiwa mema makubwa. Kwani Mungu aliwajaribu akawakuta kwamba wanamstahili yeye. Aliwatathmini kama dhahabu katika tanuri, na kama sadaka ya kuteketezwa aliwapokea. Na wakati wa kujiliwa kwao watang'aa, na wataruka huku na huko kama cheche kwenye nyasi. Watawahukumu mataifa mfalme wao hata milele. Wenye kumtumaini Mungu watafahamu ukweli, nao waaminio katika upendo watakaa naye, kwani neema na rehema ni kwa watakatifu wake. Neno la Bwana.
Zaburi ya kuitikizana. Kiitikio: Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. 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 Mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Katika marisho ya majani mabichi unilaza, kando ya maji ya utulivu uniongoza. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na na kuniongoza katika njia za haki kwa ajili ya jina lake. Na nijapopita kati ya bonde la uvuli wa mauti, sitaogopa mabaya, kwa maana wewe uko pamoja nami. Gongo lako na fimbo yangu yanifariji. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Wanameza mbele yangu, machoni pa watesi wangu. Umenipaka mafuta kichwani pangu, na kikombe changu kinafurika. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. hakika wema na fadhili zitanifuata siku zote za maisha yangu, nami nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana milele. Nami nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana milele. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu. Bwana ndiye mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa na kitu.
Somo katika barua ya pili ya Mtume Paulo kwa Timotheo. Mkumbuke Yesu Kristo aliyefufuliwa kutoka wafu, aliyekuwa wa ukoo wa Daudi, kama isemavyo habari njema ninayoihubiri. Kwa sababu ya kuihubiri habari njema, mimi nateseka na nimefungwa minyororo kama mhalifu. Lakini neno la Mungu haliwezi kufungwa minyororo. Na hivyo navumilia kila kitu kwa ajili ya wateule wa Mungu, ili wao pia wapate ukombozi upatikanao kwa njia ya Yesu Kristo, na ambao huleta utukufu wa milele. Usemi huu ni kweli: ikiwa tulikufa pamoja naye, tutaishi pamoja naye. Tukiendelea kuvumilia, tutatawala pia pamoja naye. Tukimkana, naye pia atatukana. Tukikosa kuwa waaminifu, yeye hubaki mwaminifu daima, maana yeye hawezi kujikana mwenyewe. Neno la Bwana.
Naomba tuweze kusimama kwa somo la Injili.
Njooni muliobarikiwa na Baba yangu, asema Bwana. Pokeeni ufalme mliotayarishiwa tangu kuumbwa kwa ulimwengu.
Bwana awe nanyi.
Takatifu ilivyoandikwa na Mathayo. Utukufu kwako, Ee Bwana. Wakati mwana wa mtu anapokuja katika utukufu wake na malaika wote wakiwa pamoja naye, hapo ataketi juu ya kiti chake cha enzi kitukufu, na mataifa yote yatakusanyika mbele yake. Naye atawatenganisha watu kama mchungaji anavyotenganisha kondoo na mbuzi. Atawaweka kondoo upande wake wa kulia na mbuzi upande wake wa kushoto. Kisha mfalme atawaambia wale walio upande wake wa kulia, Njooni enyi mliobarikiwa na Baba yangu, pokeeni ufalme mliotayarishiwa tangu kuumbwa kwa ulimwengu. Maana nilikuwa na njaa nanyi mkanipa chakula, nilikuwa na kiu nanyi mkanipa maji, nilikuwa mgeni nanyi mkanikaribisha, nilikuwa uchi mkanivika, nilikuwa mgonjwa nanyi mkaja kunitazama, nilikuwa gerezani nanyi mkaja kunitembelea. Hapo hao watu wema watamjibu mfalme, Bwana, ni lini tulikuona mwenye njaa nasi tukakupa chakula, au ukiwa na kiu nasi tukakunywesha maji? Ni lini tulikuona ukiwa mgeni nasi tukakukaribisha, au bila nguo nasi tukakuvika? Ni lini tulikuona ukiwa mgonjwa na mfungwa nasi tukaja kukutazama? Mfalme atawajibu, kweli nawaambieni, kila kitu mlichotendea mmoja wa hawa ndugu zangu wadogo, mlinitendea mimi. Kisha atawaambia wale walio upande wake wa kushoto, ondokeni mbele yangu enyi mlilaaniwa, nendeni katika moto wa milele uliotayarishiwa Ibilisi na malaika wake. Maana nilikuwa na njaa nanyi hamkunipa chakula, nilikuwa na kiu nanyi hamkunipa maji, nilikuwa mgeni nanyi hamkunikaribisha, nilikuwa mgonjwa na mfungwa nanyi hamkuja kunitazama. Hapo nao watajibu, Bwana, ni lini tulikuona ukiwa na njaa au kiu, ukiwa mgeni au bila nguo, ukiwa mgonjwa au mfungwa, nasi hatukuja kukuhudumia? Naye atawajibu, nawaambieni kweli, kila mlipokataa kutendea mambo haya mwapo wa hawa wandogo, mlikataa kunitendea mimi. Basi hawa watakwenda kwenye adhabu ya milele, lakini wale waadilifu watakwenda kwenye uzima wa milele. Injili ya Bwana. Sifa kwako, Ee Kristo.
Tafadhali tuketi. Sasa basi, baada ya kulisikiliza neno lake Mwenyezi Mungu, sasa tutasikiliza mawaidha kutoka kwa homilia yake Baba Askofu.
waombolezi wote, wakiwemo viongozi wetu, kiongozwa rais wetu mpendwa, familia ya baba huyu wa nchi yetu Mwai Kibaki, Wakenya wenzangu wote, Mwenyezi, tumesikiza maneno kutoka kwa masomo yetu ya leo. Neno la Bwana linaelekezwa kwetu ili kama vile tunasoma katika kitabu cha Waebrania, ni kama upanga wa upande miwili, na neno hilo linaingia hadi nyoyoni zetu, hadi pale mifupa inashikana. Neno la Bwana linaelekezwa kwetu hata nyakati hizi tunaomboleza kiongozi shujaa, ili sisi tuliowachwa hai tuweze kugeuzwa mwenendo na tuweze kuwa wastahilifu kuitwa wana wa Mungu, na kama nchi tuweze kuitwa wana wa nchi wazalendo. Katika Injili ya Mtakatifu Mathayo, Bwana anakuja akiwahukumu, akituhukumu sisi sote, na akiangalia maisha yetu na thermometa yake, kipimo chake cha kazi yote tuliyofanya na maisha yote, kila jambo ambalo anaweka katika latiri ni hili: nalikuwa na njaa ukanipa chakula, nalikuwa na kiu ukanipa maji cha kunywa, nalikuwa korokoroni ukanitembelea, nalikuwa uchi ukanivika nguo, nalikuwa mgeni ukanipa mahala pa kulala. Ni lini Bwana tulivyofanya haya yote? Ulipofanya haya kwa mmojawapo wa wale wadogo kabisa, ulinifanya mimi. Latili ni hilo, sio masomo yangu haitawekwa kwa latili, sio sifa yangu hiyo haitawekwa kwa latili, sio maneno makubwa ambao sio yale ambayo ninajisifia mimi mwenyewe, afya, mwili, nguvu, kadhalika hata uongozi. Ni kwamba katika jukumu uliopewa na Mungu, mfanyikazi, kiongozi, padre, askofu, mtumishi katika umma, askari na yoyote yule, kama uliweka hili jambo, nilikuwa na njaa, mmojawapo wa wale wadogo. Tunapomuomboleza rais wetu na baba na babu ambaye leo tumsindikiza, tunapata fursa ya kujiuliza kwamba mimi katika jukumu nilio naye, kazi nilio naye, nimeweka haya maanani? Latiri yangu sasa yanguka pande gani? Nafikiri ni vyema nyakati zingine kukaribia kifo. Kifo ni fumbo. Death is a mystery. We never quite understand it. And we always see it very distant from us, as if it can't happen. That's why I think it's good I say it, because I have a little bit of experience, to be a little close to death, because it brings order to your priorities and makes you find out what falls in that scale, whether you are even minimally worth our Father. And that is what today we listen to the readings, and we are called as a nation, each of us individually, by God, because He gave you a mission and gave me a mission, gave me something to fulfill in life, and that is what I'll be measured on. And that will be my soul. How heavy is my soul? For good. How white, how beautiful, how sparkling, how precious is my soul. My body may look good, I may even look strong, but warn me if my soul be empty shell. Warn us if we are soulless because we are living dead. Warn me if I can't find space to be called worthy of some love weight, mercy weight. This man, he has fought a good fight. Like St. Paul, I have fought a good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Nimezipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimelinda. Nimevipiga vita, sio moja, sio mbili, na kwa Kiingereza the fight, not a fight. St. Paul here is speaking about his death, a holy death, a meaningful death, a fulfilling death. For many, death can be a terrible thing, terrible unfair event, can seem to be a total loss for many. Kuna wale wanazoea tamaa za ulimwengu, raha za ulimwengu, na kwa hivyo wanaogopa kifo, kwani kifo kwao ni mwisho. Hakuna chochote unaweza tumania baada ya huo mlango. Na ndio maana ni vyema kukaribia huo mlango angalau mara moja kwa maisha. Usikaribie sana tafadhali, sijiweke kwa hatari, sijiweke kwa hatari. Lakini ni somo, kwa sababu inarudisha akili na fikira zetu za kujua niliumbwa kwa sababu gani. Lengo, nia ya Mungu kuniweka ulimwenguni ni gani? Sio raha kwangu, sio kujipenda na kujijenga, la hasha. Why did God bring me on earth? And that's why when death curtails our pleasures, many people see death, fearful end. On the other hand, for a person of faith, a person who believes in God, a Christian, life is not ended, but changed. Life on earth, for us who believe in God, is a rehearsal for heaven. We are just here in a rehearsal. And I pray that the rehearsal be good. We have seen the meticulous way our military rehearses any ceremony. And this one is no less. They do not allow anything to come unforeseen or to come between them and the goal they want to accomplish. My life has a goal, and the goal is to see God, and the goal is to be embraced by God, and the goal is to be godly. I must blossom in godliness on earth so that I can be offered as a pleasing bouquet of flowers to God, as a pleasing gem for His crown. But woe on me if instead I wilt, because I have chosen ill, worldliness, nothingness. What determines the fulfillment at this crossroad of death is what did you live for? What is your spiritual weight? What is your love weight? What is your mercy weight? And here we examine whether our focus and aim has been just on the ground, on the worldly. Kama macho yetu yalikuwa yanaelekea kwa Mungu, kwa mambo ya juu, kutumainia ya juu, ama tumeshikwa na ya ulimwengu. Are we with our eyes on the ground, or are we looking up? Because we are called to fly high as eagles, to look at God, to look at the world with a panorama from up there. But we could decide to become village chicken that peck around the house looking for worms. When we are called to fly high and soar and enjoy the pleasure of the panorama of the creation of God. The choice is ours. When it lays an egg, makes the whole village know. It crackers all over. The village knows it has laid an egg. The eagle doesn't squeak, doesn't do it. The egg of an eagle that soars up happens in silence. But the chicken only knows itself, doesn't know any other. It prides itself in walking around. Our spiritual calling calls us to think about heavenly things, to soar up there. Tunaitwa tuangazie, tuone vile Mungu alivyotupa vipaji vya aina mbalimbali, na kati ya hizo vipaji ni hii kipaji cha wenzako, kipaji cha ndugu na dada. We have the greatest gift. We must look, and that's the gift of my brother, the gift of my sister. Was we must live for noble goals. I have fought a good fight. I have fought the good fight. This is not a praise to the violent, but to struggle for what is right, for justice, for mercy, for truth. The struggle for the one person worth dying for. And that person worth fighting for is God. Jesus Christ, his son. So we are called, that the struggle we are called, the fight we must fight, is a fight to make goodness reign, to make God reign in hearts, in society, in our families, in schools, and especially in my heart, in my heart, in your heart, in your heart. And today, allow me, as we gather around the body of our Father, like a family that wishes to ask for a blessing, like a family that wants to ask, what do you bequeath us? Like a family that he has called to give a last word. What will he tell me? What will you tell me? Because you are with us. You are with God. What do you tell me, my dear Father, for this nation? What do you tell each and every one of the leaders here present in his heart? What does God ask you to ask me and ask you, my brother, my sister? My beloved, I would dare to say, he will ask us to embrace truth. He will ask us to embrace truth in leadership. He will ask us, he will ask me, be authentic. Serve. Don't seek yourself. Be simple. From the early ages of our church, of Christianity, we've seen people dying for truth, for God, because that's what is worth dying for, living for. The truth of my neighbor and the goodness. Unfortunately, how scarce this heroism to commit to something bigger than me. That's what he will tell me. Commit to a bigger project, to a bigger calling than you, your fulfillment, your fame. Commit to something that outlasts your grandchildren, that outlasts your generation and centuries. Commit to a truth that never changes. Many times in our dear nation, we have slipped away into the slope of selfishness, of greedy goals, of fake truths, because if God is not with me, I am fake. If my heart is empty of God, of godliness, then I have sacrificed God with the truth. Baba huyu ametuachia mfano mkubwa. Alisimamia ukweli. Urithi wake kwetu ni urithi wa kutuambia sisi sote tushike, tulinde ukweli na tuwe vile tulivyo, bila kujitafuta, bila kiburi. What would you tell us to? Excellence, we were told yesterday. Excellence. Tuliambiwa tufanye kazi kwa bidii na tusitosheke ni kufanya tu kazi kienyeji, nusu mpango, lakini tulenge kumtolea Mungu kazi iliyo bora. Tumtolee ibada safi. With his weaknesses, because he was human, our dear president also knew how to rise up and not compromise for what he knew was the truth. Whenever he had, for whatever reason, found that he had fallen in one thing or another, or failed in one thing or another, whenever he had, for whatever reason, found that he had fallen in one thing or another, or failed in one thing or another, yesterday we had to, he would rise up with hope, with optimism, but would never leave the truth. He will never use falsehood as a vehicle for personal gain. Father, our Father in our nation, whom we bury, tell us loudly that we must embrace truth. That we must love this nation so much that I cannot compromise because of my personal gain. That I be ready to sacrifice as you did, because truth and service is more valuable than what I gain personally. God gave him hardships, adversity, his accident, his illness, his public humiliation, deprived of power of the word, even towards the end of his life, a man who was so eloquent. That is difficult. But he did not complain. He didn't lament. He accepted it. That's what we asked. To sacrifice for greater good, for greater goals. A good fight, the good fight that knows no human enemies. Only the devil. Can we not learn even for a moment? How can we continue in fights that don't bring goodness? Kenyans, why is it that we find it so difficult to forgive? This statesman had no enemies. He forgave. His smile was always on. It was a sly smile, if I may be allowed to use that word. It's a smile that was, I'm studying you, you know. Let me see what this fellow is saying. He loved the fellow. Oh, by the way, I'm sure he also loved golf. So up there in heaven, he must be getting hole-in-ones. He always wished to do that. He must be just getting hole-in-ones. For the last 1 week, he's just enjoying, yes, the great things, even those that are human. But yes, he knew how to forgive. He never took offense. He never took offense. Even when you told him something he didn't like. How can we Kenyans? Why is it that we are so easily cheated, lied to, hijacked, to hatred of our own brother and sister? Today, what will he tell us? Love the other Kenyan. Love your brother. Love your sister. The only legacy, the true honor and respect we'll give our dear father is that, yes, I can say I will struggle. It might not be easy, but I will struggle to reach out to my brother and not allow hatred to reign. I must work towards becoming a dispenser of God's mercy from the least to the highest. When you did it to the least of my own, you did it to me. Kenyan leaders, why is it that none of you, few of you, have the courage to say, I'm sorry? Why is it that I can assure you, I can confess in public, it's not easy for me to say I'm sorry. But yes, I have had to say I'm sorry often. For us, thank God, the Catholic Church, we have the sacrament of confession. And you know, when I go to say I'm sorry, I kneel. Doesn't matter whether I'm a bishop. I kneel down. I say, please, najua nimemkosea Mungu, nimetenda dhambi. You are called to humility, to ask pardon. Dear leaders, the good fight is a fight of reconciliation, of asking forgiveness, of acceptance. The good fight is a fight to care for the lowly. It is not the rowdy and meaningless chanting against one another. This is what our Father would ask us. And will only be worthy children, worthy grandchildren, if at least we listen to his voice. It's the voice of God speaking in this great man who lies with his life. As we bury this great leader, we must bury the hatchet. With my neighbor, with my friend, with my priest who I may have had issues, with the neighbor whose chicken came into my farm, with the other neighbor who has moved the fence to encroach on my land, to whoever, I must say, I must find a meaningful solution. Like a good family, we gather around this father that has resolved to live up to his legacy of no enemies, deep respect for one another, and simplicity and humility. I have kept the faith. Faith is not just saying you believe in God and appearing in church once in a while, or making the sign of the cross for us. It's our entire personality. Faith must be a faith of day and a faith at night, a faith in public and a faith in private. And one characteristic we can highlight of our dear father, President Mwai Kibaki, is humility in spite of his great intellectual stature. He was simple. He never sought to display his power. He was close to the ordinary person. And today he's giving us a lesson, a great lesson, in his desire to be buried in simplicity. No show, no opulence, just plain simple. Dear family of our dear father, thank you, because this is an example this nation badly needs. Thank you for keeping such a great father of us all well, even in his old age. You've shown us our elders are worth 1,000 times, no matter what effort. Thank you. And today, as a family, give us yet another lesson, never to forget. I remember him coming to the Cathedral of Nyeri, I think it must be 2017 or 2018, with the family. And there he was, as he normally did, on that first row. And he was already elderly, and we sent a message through his secretary, you know, he's Mzee, tell Mzee he doesn't have to kneel. No, sasa, it's okay. But he insisted on kneeling. He insisted. There was no way. And he struggled. And we, even up there, we were always looking with the eye, the corner of the eye. Mzee, kama yuko sawa. But he was okay. Humility. Yes, for God, nothing was humiliating for him. Now that was faith in action. Not two faces, but one. Any leaders, forgive me for this one. Forgive me for this one. I already say, many leaders come to our churches to converse with their phones. They come, with their phones, out, in. They even have very, very lively conversations in our churches. We see it. And I say, it's not me to tell you, but Mzee, when he came there, that's it. Nothing, no messages. You told the messages as he leaves. This is respect to God. Great respect of the sacred spaces. He never asked to speak. He just walked out and greeted the people as he moved out. Today, many of us, and I don't only speak about leaders, we Kenyans want to turn our places of worship into rowdy gatherings and sometimes political gatherings. Return to God what is God's. Give him his space. Give him his space and learn from this, our Father. His words would be, Kenya needs us. Kenya needs me. Kenya needs you. Society needs us. God has granted you great talents. God wants you to build something good, but in a different way. Needs us. God needs us authentic, authentically Christian, authentically godly, authentically patriotic. Not us, not me, not my political career, not my popularity, not my stomach, but others, the poor, the hungry, the homeless, the orphan, the elderly, the mentally ill. We recall how much Mama Lucy also had that touch for those who were sick, who were suffering. What I do for this, how I serve them. And I recall, especially away from cameras. Away from cameras. The cameras have increased, and therefore we seek them. Eyes of God. Let's build a godly Kenya. My dear people of God, Kenyans, we pray for our father that God may have mercy on him, but we also see how much he did. How much he did especially to the ordinary. Tumuombe kwa roho yetu yote, lakini tumsifu kwa yale ametuonyesha kwa uongozi bora na tena kwa kujitolea, kwa kuwa akitafuta kawaida kutumikia watu. Hiyo yeye, lakini utumishi. Asante sana baba yetu. Asante, tutakukumbuka, lakini tusaidie ili urithi wako wa uongozi ambao ni shupavu usiojitafuta uweze kuonekana kati ya viongozi na hata vizazi vijazo. One final thing that I'm sure he would ask us. That God wants to reign in our mouths. God wants to reign in our mouths. He never said a remark against his competitor. He always joked, but he was respectful. We need a special sanitizer to disinfect our toxic mouths. Not our hands, but our mouths. COVID is on its way out, but there is a new mouth COVID. Sanitize our mouths, our hands also. COVID is not yet gone, but more our mouths. Let's get the toothpaste sanitizer. That's how we'll keep the faith. This, I'm sure, Mzee. If I misplace his words, Mzee, forgive me. But I am sure he would say just what he loves for our nation. Let God be on our lips. Thank God. Let's say, if God wishes, I will. St. James tells us. Let's also say, sorry God, I stumbled. And also say, here I am, Lord, to serve you and to serve our nation. Our nation needs you. God needs you. Society needs you. Because we must bring goodness. That's the legacy we want to promise our good Father who rests here. Please, let us not destroy that image that he leaves us. God will grant us the graces because we are weak. But please, open your heart. Fly high towards God. Be godly. Citizen, leader, worker, intellectual, it does not matter. God has a plan for you. Let us, as we mourn this man, speak his praises and take them home with us. And that this nation, in this difficult moment, will have as our point of reference as we go into election. God, godliness, and this good Father whom we bury at this moment. May God give him eternal rest and bless our nation.
Tuweze kupata kimya kifupi, tutafakari maneno tuliyoyasikia.
The end. Archbishop Anthony Muheria talked about the fight for goodness, the fight to live at peace with one another.
Tuweze kusimama kwa sala za waumini.
And now
tumuombe. Kwa dhati Mungu Baba Mwenyezi ambaye alimfufua Kristo mwana wake toka wafu kwa ajili ya wokovu wa wazima na wafu.
Sala kwa ajili ya kanisa. Tuliombee kanisa takatifu ili liendelee kuwa kielelezo cha matumaini, ukweli na haki. Tuliombee ili liweze kutekeleza majukumu yake ya kinabii, kifalme na kikuhani kwa ujasiri. Bwana utusikie.
Sala kwa ajili ya taifa. Tumuombe Mungu kwa unyenyekevu ili auelekeze uso wake wa rehema juu ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ambariki viongozi wetu na wazalendo wa Kenya ili wajishughulishe na manufaa ya wote. Tumuulize Mungu pia atakaze kwa njia ya pekee hasa wakati huu wa kujiandaa kwa uchaguzi wa kitaifa, ili upendo, amani na haki vidumishwe na vitawale. Bwana utusikie.
Bwana twakuomba utusikie.
Sala kwa ajili ya familia. Tuiombee familia ya marehemu Rais mstaafu Emilio Mwai Kibaki, ili Bwana wetu ambaye ni chanzo cha utulivu na faraja awajalie amani rohoni wakati huu wa majonzi. Bwana utusikie.
Sala kwa ajili ya marehemu wote. Pelekeze roho za marehemu wote mbele ya Mungu aliyejaa neema, ili wapate pumziko la milele kwake, aliye chanzo cha uhai na baraka zote. Bwana utusikie.
Bwana, dua na maombi yetu yawasaidie watumishi wako marehemu, na sana sana baba yetu Rais Mwai Kibaki, ili wafutie dhambi zao zote na washirikishe ukombozi wako kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Naomba tuketi. Ni wakati wa matoleo, na katika ibada ya leo tutakuwa tuna matoleo ya mkate na divai, na kwa hivyo ni vyema tujue ya kwamba sisi wote tuliopo hapa hatutakuwa na matoleo ya fedha za mifuko. Kwaya, wimbo wa sadaka.
Na kufanya clarification ya kwamba hatuna matoleo ya fedha za mifuko. Tafadhali tusipate watu wanaokota sadaka huko mwisho. Kwaya, tuendelee. Sasa tunaelekea kufikia kilele cha ibada takatifu ya misa. We are now just about to get to the apex of the holy sacrifice of mass, and so we request that we humbly keep upstanding as we get led through the Eucharistic prayer of consecration. Tafadhali tusimame.
Salini ndugu na dada. Sadaka yangu na yenyu ikubaliwe na Mungu Baba Mwenyezi. Bwana apokea sadaka mikononi mwako kwa sifa na utukufu wa jina lake, na pia kwa mafaa yetu sisi na mafaa ya kanisa lake lote takatifu. Bwana uwe radhi kuvipokea vipaji vyetu, ili huyu mtumishi wako Mwai Kibaki, raisi na baba mpendwa, apokelewe katika utukufu pamoja na mwanao, ambaye kwa njia ya sakramenti yake kuu ya upendo wote wanaunganishwa naye, anayeishi na kutawala daima na milele. Bwana awe nanyi. Inueni mioyo. Tumshukuru Bwana Mungu wetu. Kweli ni vema na haki, tendo la kufaa na kuleta wokovu. Tukushukuru wewe daima na popote, Bwana Baba uliye mtakatifu, Mungu mwenyezi wa milele, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Yeye ndiye yule mmoja aliyepokea mauti ili sisi sote tusije tukafa, ila mmoja tu alikubali kufa kusudi sote tupate kuishi kwa ajili yako milele. Kwa hiyo pamoja na malaika wa mbinguni tunakusifu tukiungama kwa furaha. Third Eucharistic prayer. Bwana kweli mtakatifu, na kila kiumbe kilichumbwa nawe kinakusifu kwa haki, maana kwa njia mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo na kwa uwezo tendaji wa Roho Mtakatifu unavitia uzima vitu vyote na kuvitakatifuza, wala uachi kuwakusanya watu kwako, ilitoka mawio ya jua hata macheo yake dhabihu safi itolewe kwa jina lako. Basi Bwana, tunakusihi kwa unyenyekevu vipaji hivi ambavyo tumekutolea, ili uvitakase, upende kuvitakatifuza kwa Roho huyo huyo, ili viwe mwili na damu ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, aliyetuamuru tuadhimishe mafumbo haya. Maana yeye mwenyewe usiku ule alipotolewa, alitwaa mkate na akikushukuru, aliubariki, akaumega na kawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mle nyote, huu ndio mwili wangu utakaotolewa kwa ajili yenu. Hivyo baada ya kula, akitwaa kikombe na kukushukuru, alikibariki na kawape wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mnywe nyote, hiki ndicho kikombe cha damu yangu, damu ya agano jipya na la milele, itakayomwagika kwa ajili yenu na kwa ajili ya wengi kwa maondoleo ya dhambi. Fanyeni hivi kwa ukumbusho wangu. Fumbo la imani. Kwa hiyo Bwana, tunapoadhimisha ukumbusho wa mateso ya mwanao yaletao wokovu, pamoja na ufufuko wake wa ajabu na kupaa kwake mbinguni, na tunapoutazamia ujio wake wa pili, tunakutolea kwa shukrani sadaka hii iliyo hai na takatifu. Na kuomba uyaangalie matoleo ya kanisa yako, na kwa kutambua yeye aliye kafara, ambaye ulitaka kutulizwa na sadaka ya kifo chake, tujalie sisi tunaotiwa nguvu kwa mwili na damu ya mwanao, na kujazwa Roho wake Mtakatifu, pate kuwa mwili moja na roho moja katika Kristo.
Yeye atufanye sisi tuwe kwako sadaka ya timilifu ya milele, ili tuweze kupata urithi pamoja na wateule wako, kwanza kabisa pamoja na Bikira Maria mwenye heri, mama wa Mungu, na mtakatifu Yosefu mume wake, na mitume wake wenye heri, na matakatifu wako matukufu, pamoja na mataifa na watakatifu wako wote, ambao tunategemea kupata daima msaada wa maombezi yao mbele yako. Tunakuomba Bwana, huyu aliye kafara na upatanisho wetu, alete amani na wokovu duniani kote. Upende kulimalisha kanisa lako, kuliongeza imani na mapendo kanisa hili lako linalo safiri hapa duniani, pamoja na mtumishi wako Baba Mtakatifu wetu Francisco, askofu wetu mkuu Antonio, pamoja na maaskofu wote, wakilelo wote, na watu wote unaofanya kuwa taifa lako.
Umkumbuke mtumishi wako baba yetu Rais Mwai Kibaki, uliyemwita kwako kutoka dunia hii. Mjalie kwamba yeye ambaye alishirikishwa kifo cha mwanao kwa ubatizo, hali kadhalika ashiriki ufufuko wake, siku ambayo atawafufua wafu katika miili yao kutoka ardhini. Hapo ataufananisha mwili wa unyonge wetu na mwili wa utukufu wake. Pia wapokee kwa wema katika ufalme wako ndugu zetu marehemu, na wote walioaga dunia wakiwa wamekupendeza. Nasi tunatumaini kufika katika ufalme huo, ili pamoja tushibishwe milele kwa utukufu wako. Ndipo utakapofuta kila chozi katika macho yetu, maana kwa kuona wewe Mungu wetu kama ulivyo, tutafanana nawe milele yote na kukusifu bila mwisho, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu, ambaye kwa njia yake unawajalia ulimwengu mema yote. Kwa njia yake na pamoja naye na ndani yake, wewe Mungu Baba Mwenyezi, katika umoja wa Roho Mtakatifu, unapata heshima na utukufu wote milele na milele. Kwa kulitii agizo la mkombozi wetu na tukifuata mafundisho yake ya kimungu, tunadhubutu kusema: Baba yetu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako ufike, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama mbinguni. Tupe leo mkate wetu wa kila siku, tusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyo wasamehe na sisi waliotukosea, usitutie katika kishawishi, ili utuopoe. Bwana, tunakuomba utuopoe katika maovu yote, tujalie kwa wema amani maishani mwetu, kusudi kwa msaada wa huruma yako tuopolewe daima na dhambi, wala tusifadhaishwe na jambo lolote, tunapotazamia tumaini lenye heri na ujio wa mkombozi Mwokozi wetu Yesu Kristo. Kwa kuwa ufalme wako na nguvu na utukufu
hata milele.
Bwana Yesu Kristo, uliyewaambia mitume wako, amani na waachieni, amani yangu na wapa, siwatazame dhambi zetu ila tu imani ya kanisa lako. Pende kulijalia amani na umoja kama yalivyo mapenzi yako, na ishi na kutawala milele na milele. Amani ya Bwana iwe daima nanyi.
Iwe pia nawe.
Peane amani.
Tazama Mwana kondoo wa Mungu, tazama aondoaye dhambi za dunia. Heri wao walioalikwa kwenye karamu ya Mwana kondoo. Mimi ni ufufuo na uzima, asema Bwana. Anisadikie mimi, hata kama atakufa ataishi, na kile anayeishi na kunisadiki hata kufa milele.
Tafadhali tuketi. Ni wakati wa kupokea Ekaristi Takatifu, na watakaopokea ni Wakristo wa Katoliki pekee ambao wameruhusiwa na ambao wamejiandaa. Kwaya wimbo wa komunyo. kwa unyenyekevu tusimame.
Tuombe. Bwana, tumeadhimisha sakramenti ya Pasaka kwa ajili ya mtumishi wako baba wetu Rais Mwai Kibaki. Tunakuomba umjalie aingie katika makao ya mwanga na amani kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Inamisha vichwa tupokee baraka.
Bwana awe nanyi. Mungu aliyependa kuwajalia mema ya ukombozi na kuwafanya wana wa ufufuko wa mwana pekee, awajalie mfurahie kwa pamoja baraka yake. Imani mstahili kuunganishwa naye katika makao ya mbinguni kwa kuishi kiadilifu hapa duniani. Na baraka za Mungu Mwenyezi, Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu ziwashukie na kukaa nanyi daima.
Nendeni na amani. Haleluya, haleluya. Tumshukuru Mungu.
Wimbo kwaya.
tafadhali tuketi. Tukiwa na shukrani kwa kila mmoja wetu aliyopo hapa kwa kushiriki vyema katika ibada hiyo takatifu ya misa ambayo tumekamilisha. Sasa ningetaka kwa heshima kuu kumwalika Baba Askofu Mkuu Anthony Muheria, askofu mkuu wa jimbo kuu la Nyeri, aweze kutuelekeza katika programu ifuatayo. Karibu Baba Askofu.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Your Excellency, our former Prime Minister, all distinguished leaders, especially the governors here present, and all government officials and leaders of all levels. Our dear people of God gathered here to mourn and give a good send-off for our dear father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and mentor president of our country, Kenya. We want to acknowledge all the people here present, and allow me yet again to convey from the family and from the wish of His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki, and in his honor, that we will not have political speeches. It is something that we admire this great man and statesman, and therefore all of us who mourn, and yet we have our own desires to express our relation and great admiration for our president. Let us be really satisfied with a good prayer wherever you are, and giving this great man the respect and honor he deserves. Having said that, allow me to, within this spirit of prayer, we will say the last prayer, which will be led by our Bishop Philip Solometi of commendation. But before then, it's only fair that we give a few moments to the tributes for the family and also from a few of us. Before that moment, let us invite the persons reading the eulogy to come and read the eulogy of our dear President, Mwai Kibaki, so that we can all feel with his life and unite ourselves to pray for him.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellencies, the Deputy President and the Second Prime Minister of the Republic, my Lord Bishops, colleague governors, family and friends, ladies and gentlemen, reading the eulogy for you is myself, Nderito Muriithi, and
Ryan Mwai. I am a grandson of His Excellency, the former president.
Or as he's more popularly known in the family, Big Mwai. Your Excellency, perhaps heeding the bishop's request, and in honor of the departed president, and the bishop did request that we should learn to say sorry more often. May I just request, please, turn to the person sitting next to you and say sorry. Your Excellency, and the congregation, we thank you. So here it goes. Leo Tolstoy once said that there is no greatness where there is no simplicity, goodness, and truth. And here, therefore, is the life and times of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, CGH, third President of Kenya. That Mwai Kibaki was a humble man who loved simplicity is well known. That he was a good and great man is an acknowledged fact. That he cherished truth and fairness is not in doubt. Mwai Kibaki recognized that serving others is life's greatest joy and its ultimate reward. In him, Kenyans found reason to hope, the courage to dream, and a man to emulate. Mwai Kibaki's life is intertwined with, with our nation's history. But besides being a story of a commander-in-chief of great accomplishments, it is a story of a deeply devoted family man, a beloved son, a dear husband, a cherished father, and a grandfather, a treasured brother, and a dutiful uncle and relative to many. Mwai Kibaki taught us that public service is noble and necessary. He showed us that one can serve with passion and utmost integrity. In fidelity to our shared humanity, he heeded the call to serve his country and never looked back. Earning the profound privilege to serve as a teacher, lawmaker, cabinet minister, vice president, leader of the official opposition, and as president of the Republic of Kenya. He undertook his duties with a distinct many in Kenya, East Africa, Africa, and beyond for years to come. Sunrise. Mwai Kibaki was born to Kibaki Gedenji and Teresia Wanjiku on the 15th of November 1931 in Dhongori village in the present-day Othaya sub-county in Nyeri County. He was the last born in a family of 6. His siblings are the late Wagui, the late Gedenji, the late Kenywa, Waitherero, who is here with us today, the late Derito, and the late Waruguru. During his childhood, a time when Kibaki and his age mates routinely engaged in tending goats and calves near home, a peculiar structure erected in the area caught his fancy. He was to learn later that the unusual edifice constructed by Catholic missionaries was a sanctuary cum school. As fate would have it, young Kibaki ended up being part of the new world that this new phenomenon portended. He attended his preparatory school, dubbed Sub-A and Sub-B there. At first, his father was a little skeptical about young Kibaki's peculiar venture. However, Kibaki's enthusiasm to become part of the novel adventure was unstoppable, and so his long and illustrious academic enterprise started in earnest. After successfully completing his foundational schooling, Mwai Kibaki joined Gatuyaini Primary School, where he spent 2 years. Back then, there was no telling where this journey would land him. However, being the diligent and bright boy he was, his prospective fortunes were already ascertainable. As it came to pass, Mwai Kibaki was destined for greatness. Those who knew Mwai Kibaki from his childhood days through his time at Makerere University speak of a man who, right from the start, knew what he wanted to become and the path he wanted to follow to achieve it. Nothing, it would seem, was coincidental, purposefulness. Kibaki later joined the Holy Ghost Catholic Missionaries Karima Mission School, which is today Karima Primary School, for another 3 years. From there, he went to Madari School, later named Nyeri High School, before joining the Mangu High School, discovering Yonda. It was at Mangu High School that greatly transformed Kibaki's life. Started by Catholic priests, Mangu High School became the melting pot in which some of the best brains in the country were chaperoned into greatness. The founders of Mangu High School were keen on establishing an institution firmly anchored in the Catholic faith and fully committed to the pursuit of academic excellence. After excelling at Mangu High School, Kibaki joined Makerere University College in Uganda to pursue a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics, history, and political science. He emerged as one of the best students in the Faculty of Arts in 1955, attaining a first-class honors degree. After graduation, Kibaki was employed at Shell Uganda as an assistant sales manager. He resigned when he secured a scholarship to study for a Bachelor of Science in Political Science, in Public Finance, I repeat. He resigned when he secured a scholarship to study for a Bachelor of Science in Public Finance at the prestigious London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE. At LSE, Kibaki became the first African to graduate with a first-class honors degree. Mwai Kibaki returned to Makerere as an assistant lecturer in the Department of Economics. The university would, years later, in 2012, bestow upon him an honorary Doctor of Laws degree as a testament to his distinguished and outstanding contribution to public service at the national, regional, and international levels. The tree and its branches. Just as a farmer plants a small seed which grows to become a large tree with branches that yield a bounty of fruits, as well as providing a safe and secure shade, Mwai Kibaki settled back home when he met and wedded Lucy Muthoni in the year 1961. Their union bore them one daughter and 3 sons, Judy Wanjiko, Jimmy Kibaki, David Kagai, and Tony Githenji. Today, the home is also filled with 7 grandchildren, being Joy Marie, Ryan Mwai, Christina Muthoni, Jojo Mwai, Jeremy Mwai, Anna Lisa Muthoni, and Leah Rose Muthoni. Political inclination. Makerere was where Mwai Kibaki launched his political career. He was elected chairman of the Kenya Students Association as well as vice chairman of Makerere Students Guild during a watershed moment. This was a time when the agitation to end colonial domination in Africa was at its peak. Kibaki seized that moment and distinguished himself as a champion of emancipation of the African. Mwai Kibaki's career as a lecturer lasted between 1958 and 1961, after which he resigned to become the first executive officer of Kenya's independence party, the Kenya African National Union, KANU. Mwai Kibaki put his best foot forward to strengthen KANU for victory in the 1961 elections. KANU garnered 19 out of 33 elected seats in the House of Representatives. Mwai Kibaki himself was elected Member of Parliament for Donholm in 1963 and appointed Parliamentary Secretary to the National Treasury. He continued to hold his position as KANU's executive officer and gained immense respect across the board, much to the chagrin of his adversaries. Also notable is that Mwai Kibaki was a key architect, together with the late Tom Mboya, of the acclaimed sessional called African Socialism and its application to planning in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now to ask Big Mwai to proceed.
Joining the cabinet, Mwai Kibaki became a full cabinet minister on May 3rd, 1966, when he was appointed Minister for Commerce and Industry. He would 3 years later be appointed to serve his nation as a Minister for Finance. During his tenure at the National Treasury, Mwai Kibaki guided the country through a global economic turndown and managed to steady the fortunes of a relatively young economy to safe shores. Given Kibaki's notable exploits in the arena of leadership, former World Bank President Robert McNamara described him as one of the greatest economic brains to have emerged from Africa. Kibaki's former lecturer at Makerere, Professor Kenneth Ingham, believed that Kibaki had stayed long enough in academia. He would have ended up as a president of the World Bank. A rising star. Upon the demise of the founding father of the nation, President Jomo Kenyatta, in 1978, Kibaki became President Daniel Arap Moi's vice president. Kibaki's star was clearly on a climbing trajectory. While at the Ministry of Finance and later as vice president, Kibaki's adeptness, guided by his economic and fiscal outlook, transformed Kenya's economy. During that period, Kenya benefited from a commodities boom, propelled by monetary policies that led to consistent economic growth. Mwai Kibaki represented his people for 50 years, effectively becoming one of the longest-serving MPs in the Commonwealth. That, though, does not mean he did not have antagonists and detractors. His unyielding resolve to succeed and conspicuous political charm handed him serial victory at the ballot. In 1988, Mwai Kibaki was moved from the twin docket of Vice President and Minister for Home Affairs to the Ministry of Health. He took this unseemly turn of events, In fact, Kibaki went on to tattoo an indelible mark in the ministry when he momentarily waived cost-sharing measures imposed on healthcare service delivery by donors. The 1980s were uncertain times for politicians. The ruling party, KANU, had tightened its grip on dissenting political voices than ever before. Through this difficult stretch, Kibaki maintained an aura of calmness and decency. Opposition leader. In December 1991, Mwai Kibaki announced his resignation from government and formed the Democratic Party, DP. He thus started a new political journey. When Kibaki lost the presidential election in 1992, coming third after the late President Daniel Arap Moi and Kenneth Matiba, he found himself in unfamiliar territory, the opposition. For a man who had been in government all his political life and vice president for a decade, this presented a new opportunity to serve Kenyans. He even brought a fresh wit and humor to the House, and later in his presidency by treating the public to many memorable light moments, usually in Swahili. Kibaki's political triumph finally came in 2002, when the National Rainbow Coalition, NOC, picked him as its preferred presidential candidate. He got more than 65% of the vote. On the 30th of December 2002, Kibaki was sworn in as the third president of the Republic of Kenya on a wheelchair. He served as the head of state and government until 9th April 2013, when his successor, President Uhuru Kenyatta, ascended to the presidency. Inking history, the indelible mark. No doubt a leading figure in Kenya's post-independence history, Mwai Kibaki won countless hearts of Kenyans. He has many admirers right across the globe, fondly referred to in several quarters as the gentleman of Kenyan politics. Kibaki will be remembered as an insightful and eloquent debater with a unique sense of humor. After Kenya dumped the single-party system in the early 1990s, Kibaki became a leading light in nurturing a political culture of vibrant multi-party democracy. The ruling party was kept on its toes, with Kibaki on the wheel as leader of the official opposition. His role in shaping multi-party democracy is etched in Kenya's history. Once Kibaki became president, his government introduced critical reforms in the education sector, foremost of which was the globally acclaimed free primary education program. His administration also instituted comprehensive infrastructure developments in the transport and energy sectors. Access to better healthcare took a new turn during Kibaki's tenure. Kibaki will be remembered for championing the promotion of policies that promoted economic and social empowerment, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. At the regional level, Kibaki was at the forefront in supporting the objectives of the East African Community Common Market of Trade liberalization for the citizens of the partner states of the East African Community. His commitment and conviction in matters of economic empowerment went beyond Kenya. Perhaps one of the most memorable achievements of the Kibaki era is the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that ushered in a new dispensation whose far-reaching effects have redefined how Kenya is governed today. For 2 decades, Kenya had expressed their wish to change the Constitution the country had inherited at the dawn of independence in 1963. It had been an elusive goal. At Kibaki's first attempt, it did not fly. It was his second attempt in his second term that it was finally realized. During its promulgation in August 2010, Kibaki termed the achievement the boldest step the Kenyan people have taken towards changing their lives. Mwai Kibaki legacy. In retrospect, Mwai Kibaki's servant leader credentials offer seminal lessons on how best to negotiate a more rewarding future through prosperity. Kenya is today more desirable in numerous ways courtesy of the solid foundation built by an exemplary icon who no doubt loved his motherland. Fare thee well. In victory, he was gracious and magnanimous, and a magnanimous winner who brought unity. When he lost, he accepted the outcome with dignity and strove to come back better. He showed us how setbacks can strengthen the value, us, the value of patience and the power of never losing sight of one's goals. None of his disappointments could compare with one of life's greatest tragedies, the loss of his dear wife, Mama Lucy Kibaki, 6 years and 4 days ago. If there can be any consolation as we bid farewell to Mwai Kibaki, it is that he has been reunited with the love of his life as well as with his departed parents and siblings. Mwai Kibaki knew how to be a true and loyal friend. He honored and nurtured his many friendships. He taught us what it means to protect one's family as a husband, father, and grandfather, as well as what it means to be leader of formidable accomplishment. We honor and rejoice in the lifelong companionship he enjoyed with his now departed wife, Her Excellency Mrs. Lucy Kibaki, and his love for his immediate and extended family. Our earnest prayer is that the Almighty God will be kind to Judy Wanjiku, Jimmy Kibaki, David Kagai, and Tony Githenji and their families. In the outpouring of sympathy and adoration that followed Kibaki's demise on April 22, 2022, it became clear that Mwai Kibaki had an impact on his country and the world at large in a unique manner. His ingenuity in matters of economic management, his deep love for his country and dedication to its transformation, and his defining character as the gentleman who stood tall above all the muck of politics became the common chorus of the millions of people who mourned this outstanding son of Kenya and the world. Fare thee well, Your Excellency, and may your soul rest in eternal peace.
Allow me to make an unusual request. Kindly, would we be upstanding after the eulogy of this great statesman? And kindly, can we applaud him so that we can usher him in this way into heaven, and all of us have a participation in the eulogy. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Pongezi na kumsindikiza kwa hayo tumesikia maisha yake. We will only do a few tributes, mainly from the family, who have kindly requested that they make a few tributes. It is a large family, so they will only, representatives will come up to make some brief tributes. Kindly, may I now ask, still in this spirit of prayer, that we invite Madam Judy Kibaki to make her tribute. She will be followed also by the family members thereafter of the family and of the extended family. Kindly now, I invite Judy Kibaki to just make a tribute to her dear father on behalf of the whole family. Let us welcome her also with at least an applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judy Wanjiku. I am the daughter of the late President Mwai Kibaki, and I wish to make this tribute to a very special man. Othaya constituents called him Mheshimiwa. For the first 30 years he was in government, he was also called Waziri. At some point during that period, he was also called Vice President Mwai Kibaki. Then in 1993, the media started referring to him as opposition leader Mwai Kibaki. This title lasted 10 years. Then he was sworn in as president in December 2002. And everybody started referring to him as Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Through his journeys of transformation from Mheshimiwa to His Excellency the President, Mwai Kibaki remained just dad to me and my 3 brothers. He did everything a dad is supposed to do. He drove me to school when he did not have important early morning appointments. He attended the parents-teachers meetings when they were convened and listened keenly to what the teachers had to say about my progress, or rather lack of it, much to his consternation. He seemed to be more appraised about my diligence in making numerous friends, but not in scoring A's. He took all this in his stride, just as he did so many other things in his life. Many people have referred to my dad as their mentor. Mwai Kibaki was my mentor too. He mentored me on so many aspects of my life. Patience was one value I learned from him. He taught me that nothing good comes instantly. You must work hard at it. He said, stay focused. He often said, and those who chose to listen to his wise counsel, me included, managed to navigate the challenges that life presents. We shared Dad not just with his constituents here in Othaya, but with the rest of Kenya and in fact the whole world. People often wondered how such a high-ranking leader could have time for his family. Dad had plenty of time for me and my siblings. He blocked off his diary when we were on school vacations and took time to be with us. When our birthdays rolled around, he hosted our friends in the garden of his home for our birthday parties. Ever the jovial personality that he was, he would invite my friends' parents to stay on and be part of the celebration. They all knew Dad and his kind hospitality. By being present on our special days, and as much as possible when time allowed, he remained part and parcel of my life. He found time to fly to the United States to attend my university graduation, which was on a Sunday. He flew out of the US the same night, was back in Nairobi on Monday night, and was able to participate. It was a KANU election at that time. It was a balancing act all his life, and he managed it well. You gave me sufficient time, Dad. Dad gave me time, so I also dedicated a lot of time to him too. Just as he supported me through my formative years when I was through with education, I spent a considerable amount of time supporting him in the development of his assets, something which I enjoy doing even today. This has been a lesson on give and take. One of those investments was his political career. I can honestly say that Dad's political victories were hard-won battles. I was in the thick of his 4 presidential campaigns. They were not easy, but my siblings and I came to know many people and we made many friends. These were true lessons on resilience. Dad's public life was his. He did not drag me into his public rallies and harambes. It was voluntary. Dad was a Democrat even in his own home. He knew I had other interests I wished to pursue, and he encouraged me to do so. He did not want to make me into a replica of himself. No. Dad wanted me to grow into a well-educated, focused individual with a strong character and a unique, defined personality. This is what he dreamt and hoped for every Kenyan. So he worked at it all his life because he sincerely believed that a nation of well-developed individuals would surely prosper to great heights. This was He also had fine human qualities. He was kind and very generous. He dedicated his life to the service of Kenya. He served Kenyans with humbleness and humility. He participated in 10 general elections over a span of 50 years. Each time, going back to request his constituents to re-elect him as Member of Parliament to enable him to continue serving them. Each time, they did re-elect Dad because they believed him and he lived up to his promises. I can say there are many lessons that can be learned from my dad's life. One of the more important ones is that victory can be gained peacefully. Dad was peaceful at home and in his work. Your work has been diligently done, Dad. You carried yourself with so much dignity. I am at peace. Rest in peace, Dad. I will always love you.
Thank you very much. We continue with the tribute to the family.
Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellency the Deputy President, Your Excellency Mrs. Rachel Ruto, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and Mrs. Ida Odinga, ladies and gentlemen, before I give my tribute, I just want to call Mr. Jimmy Cairo. I know I'm breaking protocol, but Your Excellency, please indulge me. There's a reason why I'm calling here. Jimmy, are you around? Jimmy Cairo, for those who don't know him, he's the son of the late Honorable David Munene Cairo. And I'm sure many of you know, the relationship between his father, his late father, and now my late father. It was one of those great friendships. His father was a very close friend of my father, and my mother actually. I don't know which was the greater friendship, between your father and my father, or my father and your mother, but they were very close friends. Indeed, the first time I ever saw my father shed a tear was at your father's funeral. David, in honor of that friendship, David had requested me if he could read a tribute. And here he is. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Your Excellency the President, First Lady, Deputy President, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and your family, and to the family of our friend, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, His Excellency. Mine is just a short tribute, and Jimmy, thank you very much for yielding your time. A tribute for His Excellency President Emilio Mwai Kibaki by James Wanderi Cairo, son of late Munene Cairo. Go well, my friend and mentor. You are more than honorable. You taught me the meaning of servitude and forthrightness. You were a true gentleman. You were loyal to a fault. You did for me and mine. You treated my family as your own. We, my family and I, will never ever forget you. Yours is etched in our hearts, minds, and souls forever. With me, I have my mother, Mrs. Lucy Wangeshi Cairo, my brother, Patrick Maina Monene, and my wife, Julia Wairimo Wanderi. They are here with us. Say hi to our dad as you reunite. You both served Kenya diligently to the very end. You are each other's pillars, and for this we thank you. Thank you for instilling in us a strong sense of responsibility and leadership. We will continue to walk in your footsteps. Kenyans will never forget what you did to transform their lives. You both came from very humble beginnings. Destiny brought you together. Both visionaries, you in Othaya and our dad in Nyeri. You both set out to change Kenya from the yoke of political oppression and economic lack. You formed the Democratic Party of Kenya, DP, together and proceeded to birth a new nation and dispensation. 10 years later, as the leader of official opposition, together with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, you removed an oppressive dictatorial regime. And after a second attempt, you successfully gave us our new constitution, Katiba 2010, that also delivered a devolved level of government, which has transformed Kenyan lives at the grassroots. That's who you were, an agent of change and economic revolution. I honestly cannot count how many things you did together and for each other with our dad. I can only guess. From the 70s through the 80s to the 90s, there was a whisper in the circles. If you want to see Honorable Mwai Kibaki, look for Honorable Monene Cairo. They are most likely together or will be shortly. The countless harambes, political rallies, and private functions, you were inseparable. In 1988, when our dad was released from Kengongo prison, we knew he was targeted for supporting you. You both loved Kenya so much and used your knowledge and economic influence to change lives. And lives you did change. Today, Kenya stands because you stood up for it. For us who remain, we will finish what remained uncompleted. Thank you for applauding and officially endorsing my work in 2014, even after you had left office, specifically for promoting public-private partnerships and programs for sovereign-level development by working closely and collaborating with international development partners and the National Treasury and Planning, where you were head for a very long time. You advised us and left us with an elaborate Marshall Plan that will surely change the lives of Kenyans for good, based on your Vision 2030. We thank you for this. On matters corruption, you set up institutions that continue the fight against graft and economic crimes, which rob the nation and its people of their hard-earned and honest sweat. For this, we applaud you because you were extremely intolerant to those who believed in taking shortcuts to amass wealth by dipping into public coffers. You detested such characters and even chased them from your government. On matters political succession. On matters political succession, you already showed us the way with your political handshake with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, which led to the formation of the Grand Coalition Government of 2008 to 2012. His Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, repeated the same some 10 years later in 2018 and proceeded to establish the Building Bridges initiative with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, my good friend. You both showed Kenyans that they can work together and prosper together, especially when they put their political differences aside. You brought the country together once in your life, as you have once again brought it together with your passing. Thank you for your continued calls for national unity, peace, reconciliation, and tolerance. We are indeed our brother's keepers, and we know what your last wishes were for the future leadership of this country. Last but not least, you were a great man of faith and a devout Catholic. You walked with God all through your life, and your life was a testament in itself of God's hand. May Almighty God and His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior and Redeemer, receive your spirit and reward your soul with eternal life. Rest in peace, Your Excellency, President Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Allow me to request that the tributes be brief so that we can go to the next stage. Sorry, Jimmy.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll be very brief because I know we are also keeping to military time. Your Excellency, I think I said what I wanted to say yesterday when we were at Nyayo Stadium. A lot of people have said a lot about my father, His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki. And the tributes have been accurate, they have been heartfelt, and we have received them as a family in the manner that they deserve. But I think I might just want to give a bit of insight into, should I say, the more relaxed side of President Mwai Kibaki. Because the tributes have been there, but they basically focused on his, public life, his tenure as a president. But he was so much more than that. Or at least those Kenyans, I would say, who are above 55 years of age and had the privilege of growing up under the parentage of this generation. In my estimation, this was Kenya's finest generation. This was a generation that built this country. The men and women who, should we say, came into government in 1963 when we got independence, dedicated their lives to the service of this country. And that is why you see, in Kenya in the 1960s and 1970s, Kenya was actually really like a paradise. We had tremendous economic growth, we had good security, we had a lot of optimism, and all the other things that go with being a young, dynamic nation. My experiences with Mzee, obviously, first and foremost, were as son to father. And my earliest, I'll just give, Your Grace, I'll just give one or two examples of how I related with my dad. My dad, I think, my whole life has been almost like a game of cat and mouse. My dad wanted me to pursue a life of excellence like he did. And in many instances, he felt that I fell short of that. An example is when I was in Form 2. Now, were not, should we say, representative of a son of Mwai Kibaki. The Form 1 grades were quite terrible, and the Form 2 grades were actually abysmal. So I went to take my father. We had this thing where we got our school reports, and each one of us would go into his sitting room because he had his sitting room, and we would sit with him and give the reports. Judy gave her report. Judy, by the way, that time she was in Form 3. I think she was almost a straight A student. Maybe she got 1 or 2 Bs, but the rest were A's. Then we had David. David in school, from primary school to high school, he was an academic genius. I think in academics he took after his father. Tony, that time you were a small boy, so you were not involved in this. But my mother made it a point that I be the last one to give my report. Mzee looked at my report, and I remember him going back up to the top of the report where your name is, because I think he was wondering, this must be a mistake. This cannot be my son. Then he asked my mother, these grades, which I'll not repeat here, please, I need to keep some dignity. He said, this is out of what? Is it out of 50 or is it out of what? My mother said, this is percent. So Mzee gave me one of those looks, which I'm sure, Your Excellency, you've come across those looks when he's very angry, because he doesn't shout, but he gives you one of those piercing looks. And he said, you know, Jimmy, let me tell you, let's do this. Forget about this school business. Let me take you to Naromoro, our farm there. Look after my cows, and I'll pay you a small wage. It won't be for free. And I think when he saw me actually contemplating that, he told my mother, you know, Lucy, Mathare Mental Hospital is not far away from Othaya. Shall we take this boy then to get his head examined so that we can establish that it is not his brain that has a problem, he's just lazy. And I can tell you, he was quite annoyed, and he told me, you know, what we're going to do now, we're going to talk to the priest at St. Mary's, and you're going to repeat Form 2. And I was like, repeating Form 2, and I've been bullying those Form 1 kids. That's not an option. But to cut a long story short, I studied like crazy, and my third term grades were actually very, very good, quite respectable. But he told me, you know, if you don't maintain those grades, you are going to be forced to repeat, and you'll be forced to repeat without warning. So throughout the rest of my high school, I decided to apply myself, because you never knew when the report actually met his standards, or whether you'd be forced to repeat. You know, my father was a lecturer, my mother was a teacher trainer, so they took academics. Best schools in Kenya, and we should not actually squander those opportunities. Like I said, my life with my father was a game of cat and mouse. Like any teenager, I think the relationship between a father and a son can sometimes be misconstrued to be one of disrespect or not respecting enough. But I really respected my father. At one point, I remember he told me, you know, Jimmy, you keep going out and coming home 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Why can't you come home at a respectable time? Respectable people are home by midnight. He told me it's only crooks and vagabonds who go out parading at all hours of the night. So he told me, from now on, when you go out, be home by 1 a.m. the latest. And I told him, yes, Dad. The following weekend, I went out. I knew he was going to Othaya. So normally when he came to Othaya on Saturdays, he came back on Sundays. But that day he came from Othaya very early in the morning. And I was walking into the house. I saw through, you know, there was a split in the curtains, and this was at 3 a.m. I saw Mzee sitting there. was like, oh my goodness, what is going to happen now? And before I knew it, he had gone and he had opened the front door, and he told me, Jimmy, remember what I told you? Get in the house. Now when I looked at him there, I was like, you're standing in the doorway. How am I going to get in the house when he's standing in the doorway? So what am I going to do? I decided to call my mother because there was no way I was going anywhere near him before my mother was there. And when my mother came downstairs, there told me, if you ever repeat that again, we are going to have some serious issues. And I can tell you from that time forward, I really followed his instructions. Mzee was many things to me. Obviously, first, he was my father. He was a disciplinarian. But above all, he was a role model. He was one of the finest people I have ever known. I want to take this opportunity in behalf of you all, and like His Grace said, to say a big thank you to His Excellency, President Mwai Kibaki. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Jimmy. We would like to have just a few and maybe briefs to you from the family, from the extended family. Allow us to call John Kibaki, the nephew, I think he's forester, to make, please, just a brief tribute on behalf of the extended family. Karibu.
Excellency, our President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency Mama Ngina Kenyatta, Your Excellency Deputy President William Ruto, Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, members of Kibaki family, distinguished guests, who are here. My name is John Kibaki Kinywa. I'm a nephew of the departed president. And as I stand here, I will just say a few words on behalf of the larger Kibaki family, for which I'm the chairman. So, members of the Kibaki family, including the departed president, were members of the family where I was chairman. On behalf of the larger Kibaki family, of which I'm chairman, I welcome you all to this celebration. His Excellency Mwai Kibaki has been a great inspiration to all of us in the family. His singular wish to see all members of the family grow their lives successfully was the reason he touched all of us, individually and collectively. Even as he undertook his work to serve Kenya and the world, he always found time for us whenever we required his advice. His warm demeanor, his generosity, and his sound advice at all times, coupled with many other things that make life comfortable for those that are close to you, is what we remember him for. Myself, I remember him not so much as my uncle, but as my father, because when my late father died in the Mau Mau War, he took the responsibility to grow me up with my siblings, and up to this time, we feel that he was the force behind our success in life up to where we stand today. Fare thee well, uncle. Till we meet again. In God's heart, you are in a better place. May the Lord be praised. Mwathani umunengere kihuruko gitathiraga
no theri wa hingo ciothe no mutheragie
arohuruka uhoro
ni gutuike guo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much also for your brevity. Thank you. Allow us to welcome the family, especially the extended family from the Kagai family, the family of the former First Lady Lucy. Would like to welcome George Joroge to speak on behalf of that family. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the President of Kenya, and the First Lady, Margaret Kenyatta, and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid because of the constraint of time, I've been requested to waive this opportunity and allow Ambassador Solomon Karanja to talk, to give his tribute, because he's been working with His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki for many years, and they have done very many things together. And because we don't want to lose time, as His Grace has requested, I'm extending this opportunity to Solomon Karanja, Ambassador.
Your Excellency, disconnected is because I wasn't expecting this honor, but I'm very pleased indeed to be able to say and to affirm what kind of man we have lost in the loss of his the president, the president. The late president. Incidentally, I may have already offended. I wasn't aware that the president was around, the president, our current president. Otherwise, I would have said the necessary apologies. And please excuse me, it's this talking out of turn on the sudden is not something that some of us have been brought up to do, so I do apologize. Anyway, I'll be brief. I first met Mr. Kibaki when he was University of London, and I was just a freshman at Makerere. And much later, when he came back, we did get together, and we learned a lot of all the things that have been said here. I can underline and say that those are the truth. When he came back from London, he eventually came. I graduated just shortly after he came back, and then worked for a company called Shell Company. And when he retired to go into, when he retired to come to, he came to Kenya, and we stayed together with him and another fellow who had come from Cambridge for a while. And then, of course, as a young man will do, you get attracted to a lady,
and you proposed to do the right thing with her. And those who used to visit us with Mwai and Karemi, I think the other one was Karemi, the ladies who used to come and say jambo to us, we eventually married them. I married my wife, and she's still around, and she's still the only one after about 50 years of marriage. Mwai married, of course, the one you know from here who comes from Mama. We call her Mama, Mama Jimmy or Mama any of the other boys, and well, as I say, speaking off the cuff, all I can say is that this is a great man. He's also kind, because I remember when we were students and he had a little voice. To Kamulu's. Kamulu's was a nightclub, a nightclub that was quite frequently attended by university students. And of course, university students had to be back into their room by midnight. Now, if you are lucky enough to be close to Mwai, when he had that little Volkswagen, and he was the resident tutor for Livingston Hall, you could get a ride, go to Kamulu's, come back, and go through his garage, and therefore escape the idea that you'll be booked and therefore not allowed to go out anymore. Now, one of the things that really astonished me, I'm doing this at random, so ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, was the fact that if we went out in his Volkswagen and came back slightly out of time, like 1 o'clock, he was able to go and deliver a beautiful and very well-attended lecture at 8 o'clock in the morning. Of course, at 8 o'clock in the morning, after that escape, or after that visitation to Kamulu's, I would still be firstly. So I asked him his secret, and he told me that the secret was not to go to bed when you have come back late from from wherever it was, but to do so after you have done your job. So he used to go to the university lecture rooms, deliver a beautiful lecture, and then when he comes back, apparently that's when he went to sleep. Now, these random remembrances can go on and on. So thank you very much for giving me a chance to say goodbye to them.
That was a very humane recollection of an elder. Thank you very much, Solomon. Our last, bado tuko katika hali ya kumkumbuka baba na rais wetu Mwai Kibaki. Naomba kwa heshima, wa mwisho ni aliyefanya kazi naye na alikuwa rafiki wa karibu zaidi, Ambassador Othaya, for a brief tribute. Kindly, Ambassador, on behalf of all those who work closely with him in government. Ambassador Othaya. Thank you. Karibu mzee.
Your Excellency, the President Mwai Kenyatta, Your Excellency Margaret Kenyatta, the First Lady, Your Excellency, the Vice President of Kenya, Honorable Ruto, Your Excellency, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Raila Odinga, and his spouse, Her Excellency, Ainda Raila Odinga. Your Excellency, not Your Excellency, Your Lordship, the Bishop of Nyeri,
May we kindly ask, tunauliza wananchi wote tuweze kutulia, bado tuko katika hali ya maombi, na tusikize kumbukumbu ya baba yetu. Tafadhali wananchi.
Your Lordship, the Bishop and the clergy, on behalf of the public service that served under the leadership of our departed father, the father of modern Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, we really wish to convey our condolences, most deep condolences, to his family, Judy Kibaki, Jimmy Kibaki, and his family, and also Judy and her daughter, David, his wife and children, Tony, including the governor of Laikipia, His Excellency the Ruto. We really cannot express enough the loss and the pain we feel about our departed father. All of us in the public service really learned a lot from His Excellency the President. He was our teacher. He empowered all of us in the public service. He empowered the private sector. He empowered our military. He empowered our judicial service. Actually, there is nobody in the public service who cannot say he learned and got a lot of inspiration from our departed president. You remember when he came to power, our GDP was about 14 billion US dollars. When he retired from the leadership, it was around 60 billion US dollars. You know, 14 is from independence, or from the time the country was really started collecting statistics, 14. But only within 10 years, his successor, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, has pushed it, operating on the foundation established by the father of modern Kenya to more than 100 billion US dollars. Today, nobody in the world can take our country lightly. Nobody. We are supposed to be the 5th largest economy in Africa. And we are marching on. We are marching on. How did President Mwai Kibaki go about it? He came up with what was called the Economic Recovery Program, Economic Recovery and Employment Creation Program or strategy during the first 5 years. What surprised everybody, including the World Bank and the IMF, under the leadership of the president, who emphasized empowerment. He empowered the ministers. He empowered the civil servants. He empowered the parastatals and everybody who under responsibility. What happened with that strategy? We surpassed all the targets that were set. The World Bank came, sent a delegation all the way from Washington. World Bank and IMF to find out what had happened in the country. Because everything was going up, and before that, the economy appeared to be pinned down by the structural adjustment regulations. It was like pinned down, and when it came, it's like he just cut the chains, and the economy started bubbling. That is really Mwai Kibaki. What did he do? He focused on the essential foundation of the economy, the infrastructure, the roads. After building the Thika road with a lot of doubting Thomases, just confidence came into the country. There is no project we will not implement under him. He renovated Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Suddenly, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport became the most modern airport in Africa. I remember when he was opening the phase 1 of the current modern Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. The World Bank representative said, if you Kenyans can do a project like this so successfully on your own resources, because World Bank was a junior partner, they were contributing only $10 million. Kenyan government, the treasury was contributing $120 million. He said there is no project which we cannot implement. Later, what happened? Of course, it's completion of the Thika Superhighway. It was the completion of the, and I've heard a lot of people talking, nobody has mentioned it, the Isiolo-Moyale Highway. Isiolo-Moyale Highway is about 520 kilometers. It was built, I think, within, I can remember, Your Excellency the President, because we were funding it, I think 3 years. We realized that road. The purpose was to open up northern Kenya to join Kenya with Ethiopia. Because our president, Mwai Kibaki, was an economist. He was to open up space for economic activities for this country. He even pushed a lot about accession of Rwanda into the East African community. He pushed very hard the accession of Burundi into the East African community. And now our current president has pushed very hard the accession of Congo into the community. I saw an article which was being circulated that now the East African Federation is going to be one of the most powerful nations in the world after. No, we have to be ambitious, Your Excellency. We have to be ambitious. But that ambition wasn't developed by the president. He pushed us to design the LAPSET project to open up northern Kenya with the port linking us with South Sudan and linking us with Ethiopia. He used to say the population is getting squeezed here in the southern part of the country, which is developed. We need to open up the north so that the population can go. And what is really, really very good is that our current president has never rested to make sure those dreams are achieved. So, what can we say? I said he focused on fundamentals, the roads infrastructure. He focused on power infrastructure. What he did, said, let's connect. He said, let us connect all public institutions with the power, all marketplaces, even churches. Let's connect them with the power. Then wananchi will be able to tap power from those points. Before, there used to be 40,000 connections a year. By the time we left, we are doing more than 200,000 connections a year. That's the power. And then, of course, in generation, when we get power, invested a lot on geothermal, which the current government has continued to expand. Geothermal power generation. The other point, which was really a game changer.
Kindly.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, Bishop.
Ambassador.
Your Lordship, I'm concluding. Let me finish just this.
Kindly.
I'm become a bit political. I'm not a politician. What you did, the next point was actually the communication sector. The evolution in brought about with the optic cable that came from Fujairah to Mombasa, revolutionized communication sector in this country. And Kenya now is one of the top countries in the world in terms of telecommunications. So these were the foundations. The other one, and I cannot really go without mentioning that, is human capital development. People talk about primary education, but that was step one. Step two was to expand secondary education, which he did by opening up day schools, day secondary schools, and that multiplied, I think, by multiples of 3 or 4 times. The next thing was university education.
Kindly.
From six public universities to 22 public universities. And finally, introduced TVET education in the country to empower the youth so that they are productive. TVET all the way from high school to university. Surely, those what I can say, and also thank His Excellency the President because he's carrying that flag. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow us to listen to one stanza from the choir, please, before we go to the other tributes. Thank you very much. I think it's good that we applaud that message of St. Paul. I invite you to piga makofi baba yetu. At this juncture, tungetaka kusema ya kwamba familia ya baba yetu Rais Mwai Kibaki iliomba wawe na fursa baadaye ya kubarikiwa karibu na mwili wa baba yao, na ndipo tutaenda kumalizia hii ibada, na baadaye tutaweza kuwa na maombi rasmi kabla ya kwenda kumlaza pahali ametayarishiwa kwa njia ambayo ni ya kushangaza ya unyenyekevu. Naomba sote tuweze kusoma somo kubwa kutoka kwa huyu baba yetu, na ndio maana kwa heshima yake naomba tutamuonyesha heshima hata mpaka tutakapomlaza. Wale wataweza kuwepo na wale wasio kuwepo, tukifuatilia tuweze kwa nchi yetu kumpa heshima tosha. At this junction now, allow me to invite for special tributes, brief tributes from two other speakers whom we kindly ask to give their kind tribute with great love for this. Our former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to kindly come and deliver to us his memory and his wishes. for this fallen hero. Karibu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Mwai Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, First Lady Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Deputy President Archbishop Anthony Muheria, and all the clergy, the family of our departed Mzee Emilio Mwai Kibaki, waombolezaji wote ambao wamefika hapa. God is good and all the times. Asanteni sana. We have come, as I said yesterday, to take final farewell to a great Kenyan patriot. Now, I want to say that the life and history of Mwai Kibaki is very much contemporaneous with the history of independent Kenya. Because as you said, Kibaki resigned from teaching to come and join the liberation movement. He was the chief executive officer of the most vibrant national movement for liberation, KANU. And in the elections of 1963, KANU won the elections, beating the then opposition KADU. Then, after that, Kenya became first independent, eventually a republic. So he was assistant minister, vice president, and a president, leader of opposition. But development in Kenya after independence are very much akin to what took place in the rest of the African continent. The constitution that brought independence was a fairly liberal constitution with a devolved system of government called Majimbo. Through a series of amendments, Majimbo was disbanded, used the constitution, which basically removed power from the periphery to the center. We ended up with a very authoritarian, or what we call imperial presidency. To cap it all, in 1982, they brought Section 2A, which introduced a single-party system. They was introduced by the then Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, our late friend Charles Njonjo. Mwai Kibaki is the one who seconded it. I'm saying this because it's good for us to say it. You have had a long discussion with him. He did not know the implications. He later on himself became a victim of it all. Because in 1988, they brought Mlolongo system of election. They called them that open democracy. Then, after that, they did the reshuffle and was removed from being vice president, made minister of health. He did not feel humiliated. He stayed there as a gentleman. Some of us were fighting for repeal of Section 2A and reintroduction of multi-party politics. But because he was inside that system, he said that it is not possible to introduce a multi-party system. But those of us who were calling for it were like somebody cutting a mugumo tree, the razor blade. Fortunately, with the fall of Berlin Wall, the wind of change that was blowing in Eastern Europe began to also blow in Africa. And through it, Section 2A went. And now we're allowed to form a political party. And Kibaki said that in his deep mind, he has always cherished multi-party system. And immediately resigned from KANU to form DP. So he joined us. We were already then in Ford. And he joined DP. Then eventually, Ford also eventually split into Ford Kenya and Ford Asili. So we now have Ford Kenya, Ford Asili, DP. We try to work to try to bring these people together. Ken Matiba, Jaramogi, and Kibaki. Eventually tried to, with Kibaki's people, we're negotiating. Uncle George Mohoho is here. And the late John Keane. And we said that if you guys don't agree to hang together, you shall be hanged separately. So we went to the elections, and truly they were hanged separately. One whole post there for Matiba, one for Kibaki, one for Jaramogi. So, but we came together now in the opposition. But Matiba was the leader, then Jaramogi. Then both of them eventually went. In 1997, we now try to come together again. There was Kibaki, Amalwa Kijana, Charity Ngilu, and yours truly. To try to come together. The late Mr. Leakey and Paul Mwite tried to mediate to bring us together. It did not work. Then again, we were hung separately. One for Kibaki, Raila, Amalwa, and Charity. So we stayed together like that. Come 2002, we are coming together again. We were separate. And then we came together to try to talk. And I was emphasizing that this time around, please, let us agree to have one candidate. And the negotiation took too long. The crowd was already in Uhuru Park. It was packed. They are saying, oh, let us go and tell the crowd that, oh, we will come back in 2 weeks' time. Now we have united. Come back in 2 weeks' time and tell them who is our candidate. I realized that we saw it in 92, we saw it again in 97, it's not going to work again. So this time around I decided to take the debate to the Wananchi. Then I asked them, because I was the last person to speak, I asked them, Simze Kibaki tosha? And the crowd roared back, Kibaki tosha, na wakaanza kuimba, yote yawezekana bila Mwai. That is the NAC revolution. The rest is no details. But I was saying this because I saw where we were, and we had a long discussions with Mwai Kibaki. In my view, Mwai Kibaki had the knowledge, the experience that we needed in that period of transition. I got actually hit so hard. By the time I arrived home, my wife had received so many phone calls saying how I had messed up. But I said, there's no going back. We'll move forward together with Mwai Kibaki. So I'm here with my wife Aida there, and my elder brother, Dr. Uhuru. They've come here as the family of Jaramogi. Now we sat down and signed an MOU. This famous or infamous MOU. And when we were negotiating, everybody was very fresh. Kibaki'S the one who suggested we need only 3 months. We will have passed that new constitution. Unfortunately, when we left, we started the campaign. And we went to campaign in Kitui. We slept around and we slept in the residence of Mr. Musila, former PC. When we left, we went for rallies in Kitui down, came back to Kitui town. We were rushing back now to Nairobi. My car was leading. But then they told me Kibaki was in a rush for another appointment in Nairobi. So I let them pass. So we were following. Then we come toward the junction there, Machakos Junction, and the accident. So from there, we put them in a car, Musila's car, and we were following, coming to Nairobi. We were found in Nairobi Hospital. We arrived at Nairobi Hospital, and the crowd is there. He's taken inside and for treatment, emergency. The crowd was so anxious, what's happening? So I came out and I told them, look, our captain is injured, but the march will continue and we shall win this march. And after that, we evacuated Kibaki to London for treatment. And he came back. He was a very strong man. Mwai Kibaki, apart from being brilliant, through several challenges that I know. Then, after that, when he came back, followed another one, which was now again admitted in Nairobi Hospital. So then now, we are victorious, we won the elections, and what happened is that a group that was around Kibaki, the reason why I've always said this is not Kibaki, there was a clique that was around him, which took charge. And they're the ones who were responsible for what happened, for rejection on the MOU that we had signed. But he said, some of our people making noise, oh, this is betrayal and so on. I said, no, this is not Kibaki. Let us stay in the government. Then came the issue of the Katiba. There are those who did not want the Katiba that had been drafted. Then you know how it happened, bananas and oranges. And when that happened, then we were thrown out of government. We met again now in the elections. But when we met, then they were in crisis. We negotiated with Mwai Kibaki and eventually agreed that Kenya is bigger than all of us. So we must unite together in the interest of Kenya. We formed a grand coalition government. Kibaki president, yours truly the prime minister. Uhuru should have told you how we ran the government together. Because Francis is somebody who was really responsible for the success of our government. Is this gentleman, this old man called Francis Mudaura. He knows, he did not tell you the role that he has truly played in infrastructure development. In terms of roads, I was the one who took the pain of demolishing structures so that we could construct those roads. And I was censored in the cabinet. But we are demolishing structures which are built on road reserves. And those people have already been compensated. So Kibaki has said, kama watu wanajenga kwa barabara, ibomolewe. Yes, what do you want us to do? And that is what happened. We sat together and we created what is called the National Economic and Social Council, NESC, as a think tank of the government. So here, we've come today to say goodbye. Convey our greetings to Hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, to Thomas Joseph Mboya. Say farewell also to Nyayo when you meet him. Rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me also now to invite the Deputy President, the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Samoei Ruto, to also convey his remarks. Wananchi watoka, tunawaomba tuweze kutulia kwa heshima ya baba yetu. Your Excellency, the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, Moriega renge Mwathani agocwo, Ngai no mwega na endesho, Ngai no mwega na endesho de Mheshimiwa Rais, tumekuja hapa wewe ukituongoza kama kiongozi wetu wa taifa tuje tufariji familia ya rais wetu wa tatu. Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki alikuwa baba wa taifa na alikuwa baba ya watu wengi mbali na familia yake. And in a very special way, I want to thank Mwai Kibaki family for agreeing to share your father with the rest of us who came to know him. We are truly grateful. Mwai Kibaki was a father to you, but he also became a father to many other Kenyans. We have come here to mourn his demise, but to also celebrate him as a father of the nation of Kenya. To the people of Thongori and Othaya, thank you very much for bringing up a great Kenyan who today we are celebrating. Tunawashukuru sana. Mzee baba wetu Mwai Kibaki kutoka hapa Thongori hapa Othaya, katika kijiji ambacho ni kama ile ya Bethlehemu ya Yesu ambaye haikuwa inajulikana sana, lakini he accomplished many things. From here, he became a great scholar, he became a great economist, he became a great leader, and of course, a great president and a father of the nation. If there is a demonstration of bottom up, we can learn from Mwai Kibaki. We must that they too can be great in their nation if they work hard and if they pray. Mudhaura has said is the father of modern day Kenya. It is true. Mwai Kibaki planted the seeds of what has become the greatest transformation of our infrastructure under him and under our fourth president, President Uhuru Kenyatta. He laid the foundation, the man who lays here today. And even as he thought about big infrastructure projects, Mwai Kibaki did not forget the ordinary people. He did not forget. And that is why, under Mwai Kibaki, he made sure that motorbikes were zero rated, and that is when border came into being. And today, it is a sector that hires close to 1.4 million Kenyans. He was great, but he was also simple. And so, as we celebrate his life, as we celebrate Mwai Kibaki, we must remember that in him we had an embodiment of the unity of our nation. At a very personal level, allow me, Bishop, to say, when my boss, President Kenyatta, and I were in trouble with the ICC cases, Mwai Kibaki stood as a father to us. At a very personal level again, when I became his Minister for Agriculture, and me and my peers, Romano Kiome, went to see him about the challenges we were having in fertilizer, which had gone up to about 5,000 shillings a 50-kilogram bag. His wisdom and understanding gave us the opportunity, under his guidance, to reduce the prices of fertilizer subsidized fertilizer in Kenya was brought about by the third president, President Mwai Kibaki. At a very personal level again, when I was promoted to the Ministry of Higher Education, and we had a backlog of university students, under his guidance again, we managed to have another double intake that henceforth removed the backlog that students had to wait for at least 2 years to be able to go to university after they complete their Form 4. And finally, as Mudawara has said, under President Kibaki's guidance, my peers at the Ministry of Higher Education, Professor Kiamba and I, under his guidance, we started to roll out the Tibet program that President Uhuru Kenyatta has built upon, and that is why we have close to 200 Tibet institutes across the country. So, at a very personal level, I can attest, and I am a witness, and I can bear testimony that Mwai Kibaki is the father of modern-day Kenya. And therefore, it is befitting that we celebrate his life and we learn lessons from him. And I think a befitting send-off to all of us as we celebrate the third president of Kenya is for us to go into this election and make sure that election will be peaceful and that it won't be necessary for us to have a handshake, that the election will be peaceful. I think we owe it to President Mwai Kibaki as we send him off. From my wife Rachel and children to Mzee Mwai Kibaki and his family, fare thee well. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Allow me one minute, Bishop. In our midst, we have many leaders. Let me ask all the MCAs to stand up. Asante sana. Thank you very much. A clap for the MCAs. Let me request all members of parliament to stand up. Wale wote waliokuja Asante sana waheshimiwa kwa kuja ili tuweze kusindikiza mzee wetu. Let me request all the senators to stand up so that we can recognize you. Thank you very much. Those are our senators who came to bid farewell. Let me request all the governors and deputy governors to stand up so that we can recognize you. Tuwapigie makofi. Asante sana. In our midst also we have our former Vice President Musalia Mudavadi, and we have our former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka in our midst. Thank you very much, my brother. And I don't know whether we have Mzee Mudi Awori, who was also a Vice President to Mwai. Asante sana.
Thank you. Maybe at the same breath, may we recognize the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate. Thank you. May we also recognize the judiciary represented here by Lady Justice Koome. Thank you. At this juncture, we wish to honor the request of the family that they would like to have a special blessing here, together with our dear President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and our dear First Lady. So I'll kindly request that the family, the immediate family, come nearby and request Bishop Peter Kihara to lead that prayer over the family. I request the choir to sing just one stanza to give a chance for the family, and then we invite His Excellency the President before we invite him for the final remarks and condoling message to the family. One stanza, please, choir. Your Excellency the President, you can wait until they set themselves up. One stanza. At this juncture, we will ask all to be seated. We will invite, we are here with all the religious leaders who are here present. We request the religious leaders, we request all the religious leaders to stand up, both those who are here from the various religions and faiths. We also have some religious leaders in our midst. I will kindly request you, if you are there, just stand where you are and extend your hand over this family as a prayer is being led by Bishop Kihara. We pray for this beloved family who have taken care of our former president. At the same time, a prayer of our nation. Dear brothers and sisters, religious leaders, for those who can extend their hand, please extend your hands. For brother Muslims, we can hold the gesture of prayer as you normally do. Bishop Peter Kihara.
Mungu Baba, Mungu Mwana, Mungu Roho Mtakatifu, Utatu Mtakatifu, tunakushukuru sana, kwani mema, uzima na baraka zote zinatoka kwako. Tuko hapa kusherekea maisha na huduma huyu mwanao Emilio Mwai Kibaki, ambaye ulimuita, alitenda maishani mwake, na zaidi kama mtumishi katika nyanja zote. Umemuita wakati tunasherehekea ufufuko wa mwanao, na tunaamini kwa kazi njema aliyotenda umempa tuzo kwako mbinguni kwa mema yote, kwa sababu ulimtuma na kazi na akatimiza akamaliza, na sasa ukamfuita apumzike. Tuko hapa leo kuomba pamoja. Kama kuna mabaki ya machache ulitaka alipe, sadaka hii tumetoa na nyingine nyingi, usikie maombi yetu na umrehemu. Tuko hapa kusherehekea maisha yake pamoja na familia hii iliyoko hapa, pamoja na marafiki walioko karibu na mbali, kwa sababu kwa njia yake uliguza maisha yetu na taifa letu na dunia nzima. Na kwa hivyo tunaomba baraka yako ya kipekee ishuke juu ya familia yake, hii ndogo na ile kubwa, na kwa marafiki wote walioguzwa na tendo lako la kumuita apumzike kwako, uwafariji wewe Baba. Hawana mwingine aliye karibu nao. Wanajisikia kimwili wamedhoofika kwa sababu mzee anayelala hapa alikuwa kikingi kilichosimama imara na kusimamisha maisha yao kama tuliosikia kutoka wote wale wandogo na wakubwa. Basi twaomba Roho wako aendelee kuwafariji kila mmoja, ili waweze kutembea na safari ya maisha, waweze kufanya majukumu yao na nguvu inayotoka kwako, ili waweze kuiga mfano bora ya huyu babao, ndugu yao, pia mwanao ambao ni ndugu yetu kwa kiimani, aliguza zote katika Kenya yetu. Tupe faraja, tuongeze imani, tuongeze pia matumaini, ili tuendelee kujua kama zote utaendelea kufanya hivyo kwa sala zake kutoka mbinguni. Twaomba umbariki na wape nguvu familia yake, ili pengo aliloasha katika familia hiyo kubwa na ndogo, wajisikie sala zake zinawapa nguvu kila siku, waweze kutimiza mfano bora aliowaashia. Pia tuombee rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ambaye pia anaendelea katika huduma hiyo ya kuonyesha mfano wa baba wa taifa. Hata yeye ametingizwa na kumuondolea huyu rafiki yake wa ndani. Mpe nguvu hata yeye, mpe busara, mpe matumaini, ili aendelee kuongoza taifa hili letu liweze kufikia mengi, akimuiga na akifuata mifano ya huyu baba Emilio ambaye analala hapa, tunayetoa kwako kwa sababu umemuita. Tupunguze zote taifa la Kenya majonzi, kwa sababu ulimpa talanta mbalimbali, akatumia zote zikamazaa matunda, na Kenya yote imefahamu na imeguzwa na kujitolea kwake kwa unyenyekevu. Wapatie wote wanaoshiriki na rais wetu katika serikali na nyadhifa mbalimbali viongozi busara ya kuunganisha kama alivyofanya Mwai Kibaki, ili hata yeye aendelee kuongeza hatua ya maendeleo ya kimwili na ya kiroho kwa wote bila ubaguzi, kwa wote kwa ushirikiano, kwa wote kwa amani. Haya hata Baba, tunaomba tukijua utasikia maombi yetu, hata yale ambao hatuwezi kueleza kwa maneno yako, na yote tunaomba kwa njia ya Yesu Kristo Bwana wetu.
Amina.
Mwenyezi Mungu ambariki familia na taifa kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu.
Asante sana Askofu Peter Kihara. Na kwa sasa tunaomba tuweze familia kurejea. We can go back at this moment. We want to bring as well the condolence message of the Emeritus Archbishop Peter Cairo, who was not able to join us today as we had to share functions, but he brings his condolence to the family, to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. At this moment, it is now my duty, my humble duty, to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to also convey his message of condolences and tribute to the nation and to the family. His Excellency, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Let us welcome him. Your Excellency, President, sir.
Thank you very much. Tafadhali tuketi. Familia ya marehemu rais wetu wa tatu Mheshimiwa Emilio Mwai wa Kibaki, Your Grace, Baba Askofu, maaskofu na mapadre wote ambao wako hapa, na wananchi wote, mimi sina mengi leo. Jana nilipata nafasi yangu ya kumuomboleza mzee ambaye amekuwa baba wa taifa na baba wa wengi katika taifa hili letu la Kenya. Leo hii yale ambaye tumesikia kutoka baba askofu, kwangu mimi amenitoshea. Tuko hapa kumsindikiza kwa heshima mzee wetu katika safari yake ya mwisho, na pia kuungana na familia yake katika hiyo ibada ya misa ambaye tumekamilisha, na kuhakikishia familia ya kwamba safari ambaye tumetembea na mzee haijaisha, kwa sababu mzee amepumzika, na tutaendelea kuwa pamoja, na tuko tayari kuendelea kusaidiana pamoja nanyi na Wakenya wote wanawaombea imani na amani katika roho zenu, mkijua ya kwamba marafiki ni wengi kutoka kila kona ya Kenya na dunia mzima. So you are not standing alone. We are together with you, and we shall continue to be together with you. La mwisho, sisi kama Wakenya tusiseme tu kwa mdomo, lakini kwa vitendo, kwa fikira. Tumuige huyu mzee katika yale ambaye tunatenda katika maisha yetu, na sina shaka tukifanya haya Mungu ataibariki na ataendelea kuibariki taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hayo machache, na ya mwisho ni kwa wananchi wa Othaya na Nyeri County kwa jumla, asanteni sana kwa kutupatia huyu mzee ambaye ametendea nchi, ametendea Afrika Mashariki na Afrika na ulimwengu mzima kwa dhati, na hatutamsahau. Alipema. Mungu na ibariki taifa letu la Kenya. Mungu na ibariki familia ambaye imewachwa nyuma na mzee na wazazi wao, kwa sababu sio kipindi kirefu ambapo tulikuwa hapa tena tukimsindikiza mama wa boma hili. Kwa hivyo, accept our condolences, our respect and our prayers, and may the Almighty God rest this great soul in eternal peace. Asanteni sana.
Let us applaud our dear President, please. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President, for your brief and kind remarks. Kindly let's be seated. We have now come to the end of our service, and we will conclude with a final prayer. Naomba tuweze tuketi tafadhalini. Na sasa ombi la mwisho, burudani ambayo tutaongoza hapa chini karibu na jeneza la mpendwa wetu. Basi baada ya hayo tutaweza kukabidhi watu wa jeshi KDF waweze kuendeza sherehe na kumsindikiza huyu baba. Karibu maaskofu kwa burudani ya mwisho.
Tafadhali naomba kwa heshima tuweze kusimama.
Let us pray. Trusting in God, we have prayed together for his servant, Emilio Mwai Kibaki, and now we come in the last farewell. There is sadness in parting, but we take the comfort in the hope that one day we shall see him again and enjoy his friendship. Although his congregation will disperse in sorrow, the mercy of God will gather us together again in the joy of his kingdom. Therefore, let us console one another in the faith of Christ. Saints of God, come to his aid, hasten to meet him. Angels of God, God the Most High, may Christ who called you take you to himself. May angels lead you to the bosom of Abraham. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace.
Our Father who art in heaven, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at our end. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, who forgive us if we forgive us trespasses. Lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed the fruit of your Jesus. Glory be the Mother of God. Pray for us sinners, now to our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, give us this day our bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive the trespassers against us. Lead us into temptation. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of Jesus. Glory be the Mother of God. Pray for us sinners, now at our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Into your hands, Father of mercies, we commend our brother Emilio Mwai Kibaki in faith, in the sure and certain hope that, together with all who have died in Christ, he will rise with him on the last day. We give you thanks for the blessings which you bestowed upon him in this life. They are signs to us of your goodness. Lord, turn towards us and listen to our prayers. Open the gates of paradise to your servant, and help us to remain and comfort one another with the assurance of faith, until we all meet in Christ and are with you and with our brother forever. We ask this through Christ our Lord.
Tafadhali tuketi. Wakati huu ningetaka kumpisha mwenzangu Mr. Mike Kitone kutoka ofisi ya Rais ili atuelekeze. Karibu Mr. Mike.
Mheshimiwa Rais, Mama Taifa, Naibu wa Rais, nikisha tambua itifaki zote na kuziheshimu, nimeomba nichukue fursa hii fupi na kwa muda mchache niweze kuongoza itifaki ya kuondoka. Jambo la kwanza, ningependa kuwashukuru wote ambao wameshiriki kikamilifu katika ibada ya misa, na nitangaze kwamba our service ends here. Kumaanisha kwamba kuanzia sasa hapa tutawapa familia nafasi, maana pale nyumbani hatutaweza kuaccommodate kila mmoja wetu kufika kule. Kwa hivyo mnikubalie wale ambao tumekuja katika ibada hii ya leo, yale ambayo mmefanya, kwa niaba ya familia tunasema asanteni sana. Baada ya hapa mna uhuru wa kwenda nyumbani kwa amani, ili tuwape the most immediate family nafasi ya kwenda nyumbani kumsindikisha rais wetu wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki. Pili, wanafamilia wale ambao ni wa karibu na waliokuja na mwili wa baba yetu Mheshimiwa Rais wa tatu wataingia magari yale ambayo wataelekezwa hapo nje. the immediate family. Tafadhali. The immediate family, tutaelekezwa hapo nje magari ambayo tutakayo yaingia. Wale wengine tutaelekezwa kwa maana tunajua vile tulivyojipanga. You know what identification you have, and if you don't have, you know you're not supposed to go at the resting place. Wana familia tukubaliane hivyo kwamba ni wale tu ambao tulipewa nafasi ya kuelekea nyumbani wataonyeshwa magari ambayo watakayo yaingia. Jambo la tatu, shukran kwa vyombo vyetu vya habari. Members of the Fourth Estate, thank you so much. We don't take it for granted for you giving this coverage. Vile vile nanyi tunasema asanti. Kufikia hapa tumesema asanti kwa kazi ambayo mmefanya. Kuelekea kule nyumbani, it is a private burial. Kwa hivyo ni wale tu ambao walikuwa wamepewa idhini na familia na wanajijua ambao wataelekea nyumbani. The other media houses, thank you so much. We don't take it for granted once again. Tusije tukashinikiza kwenda nyumbani. Mahala ambapo mmefikisha, asanteni sana. Jambo la mwisho ni jinsi ambavyo tutakavyoondoka. Our pall bearers watatuongoza, na watakapokuwa wakitoka bendi zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi watakuwa wanatuchezea wimbo wa Injili hadi mwili utoke nje. Kwa hivyo wale wengine wote tutatulia ndani tafadhali. Tupeane heshima kama vile askofu mkuu alivyoomba. Tutulie ndani, mwili majeshi ya ulinzi wakitupigia nyimbo za Injili. Baada ya mwili wa rais wetu watatu kuondoka, the immediate family, wale ambao walikuja na mwili watafuata hapo nyuma. Tatu, watafuata wachungaji wetu wakiongozwa na askofu mkuu ambao wataweza kuelekeza ibada. Atafuata mheshimiwa rais na ujumbe wake. Service commanders watafuata, na wale wengine tutafuata kwa taratibu na ndakuwa nikiwaelekeza. Kwa hivyo niombe utulivu wenu. Baada ya mheshimiwa rais kufika pale nje, tutakuwa na wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni. Niombe familia tuwe tu tumesimama ili wakati mwili wa baba yetu utakapopita tufuate hapo nyuma. Asanteni. Niombe viongozi wale wote ambao tumetukiwa nyadhifa za uongozi, magavana wetu, wale ambao wote tumesimama mkono wangu wa kushoto, tutatulia hadi niwape nafasi ya kuondoka. We have the list. Wale waliokuja na mwili wa baba yetu tafadhali mtafuata nyuma ya bendera. Tafadhali tufuate wale waliokuja na mwili. Baada ya familia, wachungaji wetu wakiongozwa na askofu mkuu. Baada ya viongozi wetu kiongozwa na askofu mkuu, tafuata Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, mama taifa na ujumbe wake, sindikisho na mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi, naibu wa rais, Mama Rachel. Wengine wote tafadhali, kama tulivyoomba, tuwe tu watulivu hadi tuweze kuwapa nafasi ya itifaki ya kuondoka. Tuwe watulivu tu ili tuweze kumpa Mheshimiwa Rais wetu wa tatu heshima zake za mwisho. Niombe vile vile tuendelee kusimama, maana atakapofika nje Mheshimiwa Rais tutamaliza na wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Baada ya ujumbe wa Rais, the service commanders watafuata tafadhali. Wale wengine tuendelee tu kuwa watulivu. Tuwe watulivu tafadhali, kwa taratibu tu, tukiondoka pole pole. Bendi zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi wanatupa wimbo wa Injili wakati mwili unapozidi kuwekelewa kwenye toroli. Wananchi tu tuwe tu watulivu, ni kwa muda mfupi tu kisha tuweze kuondoka. Niombe sote tuwe wima kwa wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni sana. Tuendelee kuwa watiifu ili tuweze kumpa nafasi mwili wa mheshimiwa wetu wa tatu kuweza kuondoka. Nitaomba kuendelea kuwa watulivu. Asanteni.
sikutaka ili niheshimiwe, na yanikute mashaka sawa sawa na wewe, pamoja na wewe, pamoja na wewe, katika nikute mashaka sawa sawa na wewe, pamoja na wewe, pamoja na wewe, heri nikute mashaka sawa sawa na wewe, niongoze safarini, mbele unichukue, mlangoni mwa mbinguni na wewe, mlangoni mwa mbinguni niingie na wewe, pamoja na wewe, pamoja na wewe, mlangoni mwa mbinguni niingie na wewe.
And love you to be done.
Only got one path. You
You've only got one life to live. You can go the whole world over. Every city has its own. But everybody has one place where he was born.